Hello, hello. Test, test. Yes, you can hear me. Brilliant. Good morning, everyone. It's very quiet. It's so weird to speak into a virtual meeting. Good morning, everyone. Let's wait a few more minutes. I hope you can all hear me. I had a bit of a panic and had to just change browsers right now, but I think it all works fine now. So let's wait a few more minutes. I see people are still joining, and then we can go. Oh, I need to grant you audio. There is Neil. Good morning.
Good
So
morning, everybody.
we have the Vice Chair, Neil O'Reilly, and I'm the Chair of the RIPE community, Miriam Kühne, for those who don't know us. And we had a bit of a panic this morning also because Neil's connectivity broke at home, but he managed to find a backup. So it's great to see you, Neil.
Yeah, well, I'm glad it's working this well. This is through my phone hotspot, so
Right.
it seems it's a last mile cable fault, so they're going to have to get a physical team out to fix it. So
It's going to take a while.
unfortunate timing, but that's statistics for you.
Yes. Well, feel free to join or to switch off or, whatever feels more comfortable.
Sure,
I'll be doing
I thought it would be good to greet people at least at the
Yeah.
opening of the meeting.
Yes. Well, maybe we can slowly dive into it. Well, good morning again, everyone. My name is Miriam Kühne. I'm the RIPE Chair. This is the fourth online meeting I think we're already performing. It's amazing. Time flies. Let's see. I am switching the slides here. So we had 921 registrations till this morning, just not 1,000. So numbers are close to the last, the first virtual, the last virtual meeting, I think, last year was quite, was higher attended, but this is a good number, definitely. And among those, we have 182 newcomers that registered. Well, obviously not everybody is here quite yet, but we'll probably see numbers increase later during the day during the plenary and the working group sessions as well. Just to kind of remind you a bit of our core values, and also as we mentioned last time, we've been starting to think about kind of the RIPE mission. We're looking at the terms of reference of the very first RIPE document, and also our principles for participation and our values as a community. And I think we mentioned that also in one of our updates on RIPE Labs. And these are kind of the things that we've come up with, and I think you are probably mostly familiar with them, but I wanted to put them down here just as a reminder. I mean, we all subscribe to openness. The RIPE community is open to everybody. Everybody can join. And of course, we're also welcoming people with different backgrounds, expertise, cultures, genders, beliefs, and so forth. The RIPE community is also very much based on collaboration. And that's kind of that's how it all started. People wanted to collaborate and to coordinate certain technical aspects. And that means we also value kind of useful contributions, problem solving, purpose-driven discussions. We also value transparency. And that's also one reason why we keep, asking people to state their affiliations when they come to the microphone or when they speak up, so we all know who's participating. And finally, and last but not least, is of course integrity, and that's kind of related to also conflict of interests. Participants should be aware of potential conflict of interests and deal with it accordingly. And maybe that's specifically relevant also to those of us who have a specific roles, for instance, like working group chairs and the RIPE chair, and that we deal with a potential conflict of interests appropriately. And ultimately, overall, the RIPE community is providing a safe, supportive, and respectful environment. And that's all very much related to our code of conduct. This is the RIPE. We have a new RIPE code of conduct, which has been published recently as RIPE document number 766. And this is not the full code of conduct. Our old code of conduct that was in place until the last meeting actually fit it on one screen, but we've updated it and we added more details. And as a community, when I say we, it's actually the RIPE code of conduct task force, and I'll get to that. But again here, so our values are reflected in this code of conduct. We value like expertise, diversity in views, and provide an open and respectful environment and exchange of ideas. And they're also in the code of conduct, there are some examples, some for good behavior, and if you've experienced bad behavior, please call it out, and I'll make sure that you're familiar with the RIPE code of conduct. You should have seen it when you've registered for the RIPE meeting. Now I mentioned the RIPE Code of Conduct Task Force. They've put this together in collaboration with the community, and there was consensus among the community to adopt this new Code of Conduct, and it's in place now, and it applies to all our communication platforms, including mailing lists and the meeting, of course, various platforms during the meeting. The task force is now working on the two remaining documents, the composition of the Code of Conduct team, and the reporting process for violations of code of conduct. They've decided not to have any sessions during this meeting. They're basically working in the background on these two milestones, but they're obviously around if you would like to speak to any of them. Here you see their pictures. You can find them online. Now, even though I just said we don't have a code of conduct team in place yet, we are very fortunate that the existing trusted contacts, Rob Evans and Vesna Manojlovic, have agreed to stay on in their role as trusted contacts for this meeting. So should you experience anything that you don't like, or you feel kind of mistreated, please do not hesitate to contact them at trustedcontacts@ripe.net. They are fully trained in their roles, and they can also set up confidential communication channels with you. And in general, all communications is confidential that you and they are having. So we hope that they won't receive any reports during the week, but feel free to contact them if anything is not right. Now, talking about the RIPE meeting week, this is the overview. This is the meeting plan. Today we have mostly plenary sessions. Then in the afternoon we'll have a social event. I'll get back to that. We only have one BoF during this week on Tuesday, and then on Tuesday to Thursday there are working group sessions. Friday morning there is there's the community plenary. And I would also like to make you aware that the general meeting has been moved upwards, so it's a bit earlier in the day, and that also means the RIPE NCC Services Working Group starts earlier in the day. And so those of you who are members of the RIPE NCC and would like to join the general meeting on Wednesday, that's for members only, but the RIPE NCC Services Working Group just before that is obviously open to anybody who wants to get involved in NCC or wants to know more about NCC services in particular. And yeah, we'll keep you updated during the week, about any interesting sessions and that come up. And so the RIPE Program Committee, the RIPE PC, is mostly responsible for the plenary sessions during the week. So mostly of like today's plenary sessions. They put together this program, and I think they put together another really interesting and diverse agenda. So I'm really looking forward to the plenary sessions. There will also be elections again this time. I believe Dimitri's and Pavel's seat will terms will end, and there are two slots open here, and we have elections during the week. You can still nominate yourself or somebody else until tomorrow, and then the voting starts Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. The results will then be announced on Friday during the closing plenary. And there's more information about what it means to be on the program committee, what your responsibilities are, what the role is, and you can also find information about the existing members of the program committee that I just showed you on the screen. The other part of the RIPE meeting is, as I said, covered or filled by working group sessions. We have 12 working groups at the moment, and here are all the working group co-chairs of all of these working groups. In the real world, you would recognize them by their yellow badges, but here you just kind of have to go see them, as they open their working group sessions, and you will see them around during the week. Number of working groups have currently selections for new or additional co-chairs going on, so you might see new faces towards the end of the week. I just want to mention some highlights during the week that I kind of picked out that will be relevant, or topics that come up during the week. I'm really pleased that we have another Rob Loxile award opening that will be announced during the community plenary on Thursday morning. For those of you who don't know what that is, you will hear more about that then. Rob Loxile used to be the chair of the RIPE community for the first 25 years of its existence. And so there's an award in his name, and you can find out more later in the week. We also have a revised version of our policy development process document that I have published on the RIPE list a couple of weeks ago. And we'll use this RIPE meeting also to gather more feedback, and it's also on the agenda of the community plenary on Thursday. And then after the meeting, I hope we can issue a last call, a consensus call on the RIPE list, and then we'll have a new PDP in place, hopefully sometime after the meeting. Another topic that will, I think, accompany us throughout the week is the final report of the RIPE Database Requirements Task Force, which has been published as RIPE 767 just in the last few days. And the members of the task force will present various parts or various recommendations of the report in the relevant working groups throughout the week. And there, we will pull it all together also during the community plenary on Thursday. So look out for this in various working groups. I've also noticed a number of kind of government initiatives, or of course, a continuous interest by governments in the internet. And we've seen discussion on the DNS working group about DNS for EU. There will be presentations in the cooperation working group. And there's also a presentation during the plenary on like a sovereign internet developments and attempts. Another kind of maybe unusual topic, for our agenda is a study on our community culture, which I think will be happening this afternoon, which I'm also looking forward to. It's a research, it's an actual, academic study, mostly based on the culture of the IETF, but maybe can also be translated into our RIPE community. So we'll hear more about that. And there are topics on sustainability, accessibility, also examples from other regions that I find interesting and looking forward to, and a number of research and measurements topics also during the working groups. So there's quite a diverse, in a wide scope, diverse topics during this week, which I really like. Another thing that we as a community do is we elect, or in this case actually we do elect members to the Number Resource Organizations Numbering Council, and that's the organization that also takes, or that's the group that also takes the role of the Address Supporting Organizations Address Council, which is a representative in the ICANN community. And they also are responsible for, appointing 2 seats on the ICANN board. And there are elections for a third seat on the council this week. And Nurani Nimpuno's term is ending, and there are 4 candidates. You can find more on this in the link there on the website on the slide. And there's also there's a presentation in the Address Policy Working Group, which has already been pre-recorded. You can watch, where the 4 new candidates are introducing themselves. And then you can make up your mind and vote for them during the week. And also the results will be presented on Friday morning. And I would like to use this opportunity again to thank Nurani very much for the work that she's been doing on this committee, and how she's always represented our community very well, and also always reported back to us, which is an important part of this work. And of course, a RIPE meeting would not be a RIPE meeting without social events. So we'll have a number of social events on Spatial Chat, our social platform. There's one this afternoon. I mean, they're also open during the coffee breaks, so you can use the platform during the coffee breaks. But there's an event this afternoon, is what we call Time to Talk, where we will have multiple rooms, and it's especially maybe interesting for newcomers, because we hope that it'll make it easier for you to get to know some of us kind of oldies in the RIPE community a bit better. So we'll have multiple rooms with people from the working groups, the working group chairs, the RIPE NCC executive board, the RIPE chair team, like myself and Neil, the program committee. So you can hop around and get to know us all a bit better. And of course, we'll also have an overall like reception area where we can all mingle afterwards. And on Thursday, there will be a RIPE dinner with the theme of a murder mystery. And there'll also be some activities during the breaks that will be fun, I think. Last but not least, thank you to our sponsors. They make it possible for us to further develop these meeting platforms that we're using, like Meetecho and Spatial Chat. So this time we have 4 sponsors: AM6, NTT, IPv4 Mall, and Prefix IPv4 Broker. So thank you very much for supporting us. And just so you know again who we are, Neil and myself, here are our contact details, our email address. If there's anything during the week, find us on Spatial Chat or send us an email, and then we're happy to answer your questions. I don't have a question slide here because I thought it might be helpful. There is a question already, but the next speaker is Hisham Ibrahim, the Chief Community Officer of the RIPE NCC, and Hisham will actually walk you through some of the, I have to stop sharing, some of the more logistical and housekeeping information for the RIPE meeting. And so maybe some of the questions will be answered by Hisham. Otherwise, we'll have some time at the end to answer some more questions, I hope. So Hisham, take it away.
Yeah, hello. Thank you for that, Miriam, and welcome everybody to RIPE 83. I am now trying to pull up the slides for meeting logistics. Yeah, here we go. So yes, as Miriam mentioned, this is our 4th online virtual meeting. So a lot of you will be familiar with this, but we still felt that it is useful to walk you through some of the housekeeping and logistical items that are here. Our events team has put a lot of effort into trying to simulate the RIPE meeting feel for you, and you will see some of that in a couple seconds here. First, as you probably all know by now, the platform that we have been using for the past 3 meetings and for this one as well, our platform of choice is Metico. And it does require you to be registered for the event. The unique URL that you have is will get you access to all the different sessions and is unique to you. That's how your name shows up to us and we know who you are. So please bookmark that or keep that handy for you to be able to use that for the whole event. Now, similar to the RIPE meetings, the IRL RIPE meetings, we have live stream capabilities, we have the stenography capabilities, we also allow for chat and questions and answers. So trying to give you all the different opportunities to interact with the different presentations and presenters as you would probably in a real life RIPE meeting. However, if you're not on Metico, then you still can follow the meeting itself. It's being live streamed on the RIPE 83 website, but we also are doing that on YouTube as well. However, in that case, what you do have access to is the live stream and the stenography. You do not have access to chat or asking questions there. The sessions, as always, are being recorded and they will be uploaded onto the RIPE 83 website for archives. Now, walking you through some of the tools here, I think by now, after 2 years of doing virtual meetings, we're all experts in these kind of tools, but still, it's good to get a quick refresher. You can see on the left side of your screen here that there are audio and video icons like the ones in the slide. These allow you to request to either do a audio intervention, or if you want to turn on your camera so that we can see you, that would be great as well. However, if you're not feeling on doing either an audio or a video intervention, you can still put your questions where the question mark is, and then somebody would read them out, whether it's the chat monitor or the moderator of the session themselves. Stenography, as I mentioned, is available, so you can follow and read along and pick up something that you missed as we went. The chat capabilities are there as well to allow you to chat amongst the different participants. There are, I think, a couple polls that are planned throughout the meeting, and the icon is quite obvious there. And the last one is the participations list that shows you who's participating. And as of now, there are 277 people in the room. Now, also part of a RIPE meeting is also, or part of attending any meeting, in fact, a big component for that is the social aspect of that, the networking, the getting to have the corridor chats. And again, the events team have been working very hard on trying to simulate that as well to provide you opportunities to do so. So we do have, again, this year, spatial chat, which seems to be very popular. It is open all day, and we will be having virtual coffee breaks there. We also have the networking app that allows you to schedule meetings with other attendees, and you can get the full list of attendees from the website. You'll also be able to chat with them, like I mentioned in the previous slide. Register to vote. So Miriam had mentioned a couple of elections. We have the NRO election, but we also have PC elections coming up as well. Now, for you to be able to do that, either you log into your RIPE Access accounts, and that way we know who you are. But I've been also told that through the link that you've been sent over email, it would bring you to a personalized page that then you can register for the NRO elections as well. And with that, this is the question slide that Miriam did not show that we're putting up now. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask either myself, Miriam, or someone else at this point. Thank you very much.
Hi. I just see one. Eric Bias reminded me to mention that there are pre-recorded presentations specifically for the Address Policy Working Group. They're already online, and you can watch them before the session tomorrow morning. So that would be useful. Are there any other questions? I don't see any. I guess I'm not missing anything here. No questions in the question and answers room, and no questions on audio. So I guess I'll see you in spatial chat in the coffee break, and we'll move over quickly maybe to the plenary session starts at 11. That's what I mean to say. So there are a few more minutes. You can grab a coffee or another drink, and then at 11 or in a few more minutes, 4 minutes, we'll start the plenary session that will be then chaired by the program committee, as I have introduced earlier on. Ooh, I see something is happening in question and answers. Oh yes, Neil reminds me there are other working groups also that have pre-recorded presentations, for instance, in the database working group. There's also one, indeed. Yes, please check the agendas before you join the working group sessions, because there might be some pre-recorded presentations that would be good for you to see beforehand. And with that, I think we can close this session, or we can just all stay on and wait till the next session starts.
So, good morning, everyone. Welcome you to our fourth virtual RIPE meeting. My name is Franziska. I am the chair of the RIPE PC, and the PC will be responsible for the upcoming plenary sessions these days. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask us, ping us on spatial chat. You can nominate yourself to work with us, and I hope you all have a very enjoyable RIPE meeting. So let's get started. Our first speaker is Giovanni. He works as a data scientist at SIDN Labs and is also a researcher at TU Delft. He is one of the folks who tries to get two communities together, namely the operations and the research community. So welcome, Giovanni. He will talk about responsible disclosure.
Thanks, Francisca. Can you folks hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, perfect. So let's get started. So good morning, everybody, or evening, or afternoon, depending on where you are. Today I'm going to be talking about responsible disclosure here. My name is Giovanni, and I'm with IDN at TU Delft. And recently, well, last year when we started, we came across this DNS vulnerability called Tsunami, and we carry out responsible disclosure on that. So I want to share a little bit of our experience in this case. This actually also made, we wrote a paper on that, which appeared in the last ACM IMC conference. Here's the link. I'm also including here a link to the video of this related to this paper, because today I'm not going to be talking about Tsunami per se, but only like the responsible disclosure part. If you're interested in the details of the vulnerability, I would recommend you to check the paper and the video here that represented the MapRG and the previous IETF. And the idea today is just to share experience that probably maybe can be useful to other people. So let's say you're a researcher and or operator or developer or enthusiast or whatever, and then you came across a vulnerability in a product, maybe protocols, software, hardware. And at least for me, I mean, I've been working in research for a little while, and I never actually came across vulnerability before. So it was actually a rare event for all of us in this paper. And the first thing that comes to mind when you're into that, it's what to do in these cases. Everybody talks about responsible disclosure, but how does that really work in practice? For this particular vulnerability, we carry out responsible disclosure, but let's see how actually that pan out. So today the goal here is to share experiences and may help some people in the future that come across that, and also to show our mistakes. I mean, we're not perfect. We never had done that before, none of us, and we can also show where we made mistakes, but also what went well. And a disclaimer here is that our sample size is only one. I mean, again, we never came across this before. So let's see how it goes here. Now, disclosure vulnerability. If you come across yourself a vulnerability, there are 4 things pretty much you can do besides not telling anybody. One thing you can do is what we call private disclosure. You notify the vendor about that and say, hey, there's a vulnerability in your product. Please fix it. But the vendor, I'm gonna later cover each one of them, but like that, you just put the vendor in the hotspot and you allow them to get to know about that. The other thing that you can do is public disclosure. That's pretty much what OpenBSD recommends. You just tell everybody, including the public and the vendor at the same time, that this about this vulnerability. And there's another one later which was created by researchers and the tech industry, which was called responsible disclosure. It's the way that you combine both. You first notify the vendor and then you give them some heads up and extra time so they can fix the product, and then you can tell, hey, I'm gonna disclose this publicly at a certain date. The 4th thing you can do is go rogue. Then you can actually try to sell your vulnerability, and there's a lot of security agencies that are going to be interested in buy that to exploit others, and that's something we don't recommend. It's not really ethical, and we don't cover that in the paper or in the talk, but we just list here. And when you talk about private disclosure, you just tell the vendor, and the vendor has the power to decide what they're going to do about it. And I think nowadays it's pretty much defunct. Well, not really, if you think about it, because many people, they come across, many people in this particular case of this name, I'm going to talk about it later, they came across this themselves late before, but they only notified the vendors. Didn't cause much impact in practice because the issues continued. And in the past, vendors could simply ignore researchers in that. So Bruce Schneier has a great essay on that. If you're interested, here's the link. He talks about the issues and the problems related to private disclosure, and that you only leave the power in the hands of the vendor. the alternative to that, it's, as Schneider also says, is like the public disclosure. Tell everyone at the same time. It's a damn good idea, according to him. It brings public scrutiny to these vulnerabilities. It's pretty much like open source code. Everyone can look into it. And that's the only reason, according to Schneider, that the vendors patch their system, because they really get a better reputation in that. The issue with you just directly doing public disclosure of a vulnerability, it's that patches may not be available at the time of the disclosure. Some people can exploit attacks in the time. I mean, last month, there was the National Cybersecurity Center in the Netherlands. They decided to public disclose one RPKI vulnerability. I don't have much information on that, but here's a link for discussions of the vendors in the NANOG mailing list if you're interested. So just to see a real case of public disclosure. And they kind of step back and they contact the vendors first, but later they very quickly release that information publicly. So I think the bottom line is that public disclosure is great. It's the way to tell the people what's actually going on. And later, researchers came with this idea of combining both. You first notify the vendor, and then you can patch their systems, and then you public disclosure. And according to Schneider, he says these things only exist nowadays, and it's the default only because public disclosure came first to set the ground for that, to lay the foundations for that. And that's the choice we did for Tsunami. And in a nutshell, what happens with Tsunami is that you have clients or DNS resolvers, which are DNS servers trying to resolve a domain name, say wikipedia.org, and they need to fetch the information from servers which are called authoritative servers. And there's a configuration error and a bug that, when combined, it causes resolvers and clients to overwhelm the targets, which are like authoritative servers here, which can potentially bring them down. And the issue is that there's some sort of a symmetry in this vulnerability. It's the bugs on resolvers, which are run by your ISP or Google or whatever, public DNS or Cisco, but it's the authoritative servers that pay the price. This is run, I don't know, there are different companies that run different top-level domains, like VeriSign runs .com, we run.nl. So these are different sort of institutions or companies, and after we publicly disclosed that, one of the events, a European CCTLD shared this graph with us that they showed that they had a 10 times traffic growth during a Tsunami vulnerability event. One of two domains of them were misconfigured, and you see here in this graph that each line represents a different color, and you see how the traffic increased. And only around 11 a.m. when the traffic sharply drops, it's when they fix that issue. So that's the timeline we use for the disclosure. First reach out to Google, and it took them a little while. And then we said, well, hey, folks, we're going to privately disclose this first. We already told you that's a private, but we're going to carry responsible disclosure. First, we tell you, then you're going to tell a selected trusted group, which was DNS.org. They're very helpful with us in that, because this is established DNS community of trusted parties. They are legally obliged to the legal arrangements so you can actually trust and share private information in there. And before we release this information at DNS.org, the day before, Google fixed the entire system, which was great. Google public DNS was one of the most affected systems here, and it took them less than 3 months to fix that. And later, Cisco DNS fixed that in 40 days after our disclosure to DNS.org. And we also discussed that in other venues as well. And later on May 6th this year, we carry out the public disclosure of the vulnerability on the public website in ORG. So moving on, what did you learn in this process? I think that is the key lessons here for that we would like to share with you. It worked. Responsible disclosure really worked in this case. I mean, Google and Cisco, which are major DNS providers, they fixed their DNS software, and it was enough time for them to react and to fix that. And we also obtained self-reports from the folks, other vendors. So it really worked. But again, we cannot generalize our own sample size one experience to all the vulnerabilities. But in our case, we can say that it worked. One of the mistakes we had is that we did not, when you notify Google in the private disclosure, we did not set the date for public disclosure, and that was a mistake because I think people work with deadlines. I mean, we all work with deadlines. If you don't have a deadline, you always have other things to do and put stuff in the back burner. So my suggestion is, if you find this a vulnerability, please set for the very first mail you send to them that a deadline for that, and it depends obviously on the severity of the vulnerability, and you have to weigh down those risks. And 90 days, if you read the recommendations for responsible disclosures, is more than enough, and that was the case we observed in our case. So set a public disclose date from the start. And when in doubt, I mean, we also recommended to disclose it. I mean, when we came across that, we had no really evidence of any large DDoS being carried out based on name, and we believe this vulnerability exists for years and years and years. And we asked, is this really worth disclosing it? Because, you know, people should have already known about that. And the answer is yes. You don't have actually, when you're a researcher sitting in your corner, you don't have a complete view of the internet. You don't know what the other people are going through. And it's also important to let others take responsibility for their own products and fixing stuff to not hurt other people. And not disclosing it as well would be simply security by obscurity, which is the thing you want to avoid if you do internet security. And it's also better to be safe than sorry. If you disclose, you know, people can fix it. Then if you don't disclose, attacks can occur, and you have to do that yourself. And one of the advantages of disclosure in this particular case of tsunami, you had released a tool to find the sort of bugs in DNS files, and that allowed, when you disclose that the DNS at work, a lot of folks came together and helped to improve the tool. Here's the contributors to that, and we are very thankful to all of them. But they really improved the tool, make the tool much faster, much better, much more precise. So you can also leverage that to power the community. And that was really an effort that came in, which started of us like a researcher finding this out, but it became a community effort. And we're really thankful to all the people that help us in that. And one thing that I didn't know beforehand, that it really takes a lot of time and energy and patience to do disclosure. Because in our particular case, it affects not only the resolver operators like Google and Cisco, but also folks that run authoritative name servers. So we had to identify these two different types of crowds, and the developers and operators in each of them. So we rely upon different venues that could trust as parties to disclose that. So we did disclosures, I think, in 4 languages in different venues here, and it takes time and effort. You have to be prepared of that. And another thing that we learned is that trust is essential. What we did, once we contact people by email, we asked for the PGP keys, and we were very transparent and open from the beginning once we had the encrypted communications. But I recommend you to check if your legal folks in your company. I did that to cover yourself. I mean, just in case, it doesn't hurt. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what's the legal framework, so I think it's better to check with them too. Another thing you will learn is that we don't have here in this slide, we have a cat which is not very happy. It's that we cannot make everybody happy. I mean, so we wanted, when you kind of disclose that, we didn't know how people would react. And after processing all the feedback that we collected, I think there were 3 types of folks of reactions to that. One, where people were very positive about it. These were the vendors, and these were the operators that had already suffered tsunami attacks themselves. We are not the first ones seeing that. So they came forward, they told us, thanks so much for doing this. I mean, we've seen this before. We privately disclosed that to the vendors. They didn't fix it. So we're thankful for you to coming forward with that. We also had negative feedback. People were accusing us of fear mongering, and they're saying, oh, there are easier ways to do DDoS. Nobody's going to do that. And we also had people that were like indifferent. They were like, meh, I don't care, not my problem. And I think you got to be prepared to the end for that. I think that's okay. It's okay because the goal is here is not make everybody happy, or you're not trying to, be the smartest guy in the room. But what you're trying to do is to manage to, folks to fix their software and mitigate this vulnerability. And Google and Cisco fix that, and that protects all the users. And I think that's the main goal here. So be prepared to not make everybody happy. And another thing you can try to do in your presentation is to make the most of constructive feedback. After the public disclosure at the work 35, I tweeted this, and I think this has been so far my most popular I'm not really an avid tweet user, but right after that, Randy Bush responded that that's a shame that cycle prevention was not in the earliest DNS RFCs. Oh wait, it was? Well, you know, Randy, I have a deep respect for him, and that's how the feedback he gave. I was like, whoa, it was really in the standards, and it turned out that he was partially right. We had missed 4 RFCs, and if you're a researcher, if you miss related work, I mean, it's one of the worst kind of mistakes you can do. But it turned out that none of these RFCs fully addressed this issue. So the feedback that Randy gave us allow us and motivate us to write a new internet draft. And we submitted this internet draft to the DNS operations working group within the IETF, and we got some feedback there in the list. We are actually working on a new version right now. It's not clear what's going to happen with the draft because this is in the very early stages, but at least we're getting some momentum in the discussions in here. So make most of the constructive feedback that you get. I think one of the last things I probably can talk about it's about taxes. This is an extra thing that was not even in the code here. But in the process of disclosing this, Google awarded us a bug bounty. They give you some cash. And the funny thing is, they said, hey, here's the link here. If you want to get the money, that's what you got to do. You got to fill in an 8-page long form with 30 sections, and you can download here this PDF. And this is not Google. This is like the Internet Internal Revenue Service, the U.S. tax authority. And you have to pay 30% tax. You got to talk to your bank to get the money here in Europe and where I live, and it's in euros, and your bank might not accept that. So it's a lot of overhead into that. And we didn't want the money, actually. We were happy with the bounty, but we just wanted to donate that because this is not our money. We would like to give it back to the community somehow. So I just wrote an email to Google, hey, can you folks just donate this to one of the charities of our choices? And we just did that, and they said, oh, there's an app for that. Okay, click here. I'm going to forward that to you, and then we could donate with one click and all the bug bounty that we got. So that was a funny thing too. If there are people that make a living out of bug bounties and they have to go through that, but that was not our goal. So there was an app for that, and we could simply donate that to the charity. We chose Wikipedia in this case, Wikimedia. So I think as a summary, we can say that responsible disclosure worked. It took more effort and time than we anticipated. It was an uncharted terrain for us. But I think in overall we had positive responses, and my recommendation for researchers, you should try that first if you have a chance before trying simply private disclosure. That's something I don't recommend. In this particular case of Tsunami, some vendors came forward to us and said, hey, we reached for the vendors before they knew about it, but we didn't manage to get them to fix that. I'm not going to tell which vendors were this, but like by setting a public disclosure date, the vendors have the peer pressure and the public pressure of actually fixing that. So try responsible disclosure, and because it worked, and Google fixed actually, and others fixed their stuff. It was a positive outcome. 2 major public resolvers fixed. We have a IETF draft now under review, and I can say we have a slightly safer DNS because of that, because of the community engagement, because of the process, because of the help of everybody else in the process. And I think that's what I had to say. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Okay, so let's have a look.
Okay. Thank you for this very nice presentation. And I think we have 2 questions in the Q&A section. So Brett Carr is saying a comment, not a question. So we are interested in ensuring that vendors also do responsible disclosure to customers of fixes in a staged manner so that operators of critical internet services get to know in advance of the public exposure. This allows critical operators to patch their systems before a critical vulnerability is well known. Some vendors do this already, but many do not.
Okay.
Any comments, or should I go to Eric Bice that has the next question?
I don't think I have specific comments. I mean, but I agree with him. Absolutely agree with Brad. He does.
Okay. So Eric Bice saying that on the tax issue, most of the software companies have local offices like a Dutch Google entity or similar for your location. That might fix the US tax issue.
Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, I was just like, they told me do this, and I got scared of those forms, and I was like, can you donate this? And he said yes. So I was like, please, let's. So I didn't even try to get further in that, but yeah. So thanks. I just didn't look much into that. It was the first step that they did, and I was not willing to fill such a long form, and we wanted to donate anyway.
Yeah, thank you. So. We would prefer if people ask their question themselves, so we don't have to read it and ask for the microphone. And oh, Peter wrote the novel. Peter, would you like to ask with yourself, or you want to read? No, let me read it. Okay, Peter Hessler from OpenBSD project. I would like to make some clarifications about OpenBSD's stance on the disclosure. First, for security issues that we ourselves discover in OpenBSD, we develop the fix, prepare the patches, and only then we do announce the fixes to the public. When outside groups contact OpenBSD developers about the security issue, normally our developers will agree to reasonable conditions so we can fix our own software and assist others to fix their software. OpenBSD is not a legal entity and cannot sign any NDA or contracts. Only individual developers can.
All right, thanks for sharing. I mean, in our particular case, we didn't impose any legal NDA or anything with the people we contact. We just trust them. I think trust is key. If you go for legal, I think it makes things much more difficult. And I mean, in our case, maybe because I already knew people personally that work in this company, the operators, so it makes things much easier. And on top of that, when we talk to DNS.org, I requested them a private session for members only that already have to be legally obliged to follow some legal aspects of DNS.org, and confidentiality is one of those. So we already had in place a trusted place to disclose that. But even people that we contact by mail, we never impose an NDA or nothing. I mean, I think it was just trust was a choice. Maybe it was a naive choice, but that's what we did.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
I don't see. Oh,
Franziska, would you like to read the next one?
Yes, I can. Daniel Kernberg from the RIPE NCC. He poses a question to the audience, so everyone listen up. Related to Brad's suggestion, so the first one that Jan read out, is there a mechanism to reach all operators of critical infrastructure worldwide? Who determines who is such an operator? So I see there's some basis for discussion. Maybe we can have that later in spatial chat or something, or you can like come back to Daniel in the chat. Oh, somebody is asking to send audio. Oh no, looks like a mistake. Okay. So I think
no more questions. We're 7 minutes early.
Yeah, maybe I can ask something like to the crowd here. I mean, we have the RIPE crowd here. Does anybody here had previous experience of public disclosure? Because in my discussions with the operators, when we private disclosed that at DNS.org, I mean, I can name 4 other people who knew about that, and they had notified vendors. And I think one really, I mean, I think that really puts people down, holds people back when doing responsible disclosures, the effort. You have to do a lot of work for that. And they only try to notify the vendor, I mean, because they're operators, that's not their day job. They say, hey, we're getting this problem here, could you just fix your software? But that's where they stopped. And they didn't really have the much incentives, in my understanding. I mean, I cannot speak for them, to go further. And because I'm a researcher, I have more, more ground to do that. And it took a lot of time, but I think one of the issues with responsible disclosure, it's that you have to deal with yourself with a lot of work, and a lot of people, operators, they don't have the time and energy for that. And my question to the crowd is, have you folks ever did private disclosure? And if you do that, be aware that the vendors might not fix it, and that might harm other people in the future. But does anybody else has any experience on that? Because I'd like to or public disclosure, or private, or responsible. I'd like to hear what people have to say about it.
Oh, we have 5 minutes left, so if anyone wants to tell their story, go request audio, and we'll happy to talk to.
Somebody asked to send the audio, but then, okay,
I'm not
again.
sure how to get in the queue. I guess I just pushed the button.
Hey, Michael.
So, hi. So I wear a hat, and I'm a receiver of responsible disclosure for TCP dump. And let me tell you from the other side of things. We get dozens per month of what I call flyby reports from people running fuzzers. They would like us to assign them a CVE number as soon as possible so they can collect their Google bounty. They almost never respond for clarifications. They don't usually have test data that demonstrates the bug. Sometimes it occurs only when you use the Clang 32-bit compiler on a 64-bit platform and test it on this other machine. And it will take us somewhere between 2 and 20 hours to validate each report as volunteers on a public, on an open source project. So I can't imagine what it's like for other vendors, okay? And so if you're not getting that response from vendors, it's part of this problem. And I'm sorry to say that the bug bounties are the cause of this. We now have an ecosystem of people running fuzzers, in some cases using what I think is a significant amount of electricity, not Bitcoin level, but wait a bit, who are basically depending on these bug bounties to pay for their electricity and pay for their stuff. And so it's really difficult. And then, okay, so then as an open source project, I now have to maintain a separate Git tree that's private in order to not publicly disclose the fix. It's really hard to collaborate with people. We set up a Gitorist simply to be able to do that. And as someone said in chat, preferentially disclosed to. So we'd love to preferentially disclose to, Red Hat and Ubuntu and these people so that the packages are ready. The best, funniest, and Apple, for instance, the best, funniest part is we disclose to Apple, and they take 6 to 10 months to do this. Are we supposed to wait to get an acknowledgement for them before we publicly disclose, or not? We've had people ask us, could you please, agree to the 90-day public disclosure? And our comment is, nope. You might as well not even report it to us. If you're going to make us take 90 days, just go public, because we're not going to fix it in 90 days based upon the number of things in the queue. And about half the time it's fixed upstream. It's fixed in our master anyway. They're reporting about some version that is not the latest or whatever. So I don't have an answer for this, except that it would be nice to work together. It would be nice if someone would set up a secret decoder ring so that I could recognize clueful people from unclueful people, and so that other people could recognize me as clueful. If you can create that cabal, I'll join it. But until such time, I don't know what we're going to do. It's just, there's too much work. We need literally secretaries to sort it all out. And I don't, if operators don't have the resources, I'm going to say that our side don't have the resources. I don't think Apple or Google have the resources, or they're not spending it anyway. They'd rather pay money on bug bounties. So anyway, there you go.
Thanks a lot for this feedback. I had no idea that the bug bounty would provide such sort of a negative incentives to people just to try to find trying to sort of a minor issue to make a living out of that. Thanks for sharing that. I haven't heard of that. I mean, maybe because the people that I disclosed to were like solid companies that have been there forever. There's big softwares, and they probably have the resources to fix that.
So I was just also add that there's some other new entity that says they're going to give 20% of the bug bounty to the project. I don't know if it's real. I've responded with skepticism to this person. And great idea. I don't know if 20% is the right one. I would say it depends on whether the report has a patch with it. If someone wants to send us a patch and a demonstration, here's how to break it. That's always great. That's always the hardest part. That's like 90% of the problem is reproducing the bug. And if you reproduce it, then you can fix it usually in 5 minutes. That's usually all it is, right? And then you go through the process of how do I release this and which branches do I release. But so my opinion is whoever writes the patch should get 80%. And if all you do is report it, I'm like, great. You know, you may have been one of 10 people who would report it, and who cares?
Yeah. In your specific case, is that your code is open source, so people can actually write a patch. It was not the case in our case. And the thing that I said, one of the things that I said is it takes a lot of energy and effort to do public disclosures, because what I implied was not the kind of lazy approach that the people that report to the CP dump are doing. I mean, I'm talking about trying to reproduce every single scenario, try to get like to the bottom line of that, and that took a lot of effort to reproduce the experiments. It's all in the paper, but it took a lot of energy too. So if people don't do their homework, I'm sorry for that. And that's not the goal, because you wanted to improve software and protect people and not make a living out of that and giving trouble to developers. I think that's the wrong way to go about it. Thanks for sharing that.
Okay, thank you, Giovanni. We need to go on because it's 11:32. Thank you for your presentation, and thanks everybody for contributing to this discussion. Now, Francisca, what do we have? We have two more speakers, right? Well, one more speaker. So let me see here. I have a short introduction. Isabelle Hamchui and Alexander Fierro. They conduct the research on quality of service and traffic management at Orange. And in order to stay connected to the reality in the field, they are used to troubleshooting Orange affiliates for the real problems. And in this context, they design new methods and tools for troubleshooting in the harshest conditions, in particular for deeply encrypted protocols such as QUIC. So let's see how Orange is troubleshooting with QUIC. Alexander, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, so maybe in this audience, everybody already knows about QUIC. In that case, please speak up right now, or otherwise maybe we need to do some short introduction. Well, with my colleague Isabelle, as you have just introduced us, we are really concerned about making the networks work as designed. So it's a question of debugging. And we feel that debugging is a bit of a forgotten constraint of the design today, especially with new protocols. So what is QUIC? QUIC is something that has appeared in the aftermath of the Snowden scandal in 13 or 14. And everybody started being completely touchy about privacy, of course. And also some ramifications of privacy, like linkability and so on. So in this context, some players started being aware that something was needed to fight those breaches and also to improve on existing protocols. So they designed something based on a ramification of TCP, so something which is basically advanced TCP, but with deep encryption. So QUIC was born at Google initially, and it has steadily grown in importance. So now it is nearly 30% of the traffic that we are seeing at Orange. After a very smooth start in Google, it has gained some momentum, and now it has reached standard status as it has become an RFC published this year in IETF, which is RFC 9000, and it is now a standard transport layer. So what is it exactly? A transport layer, also known as layer 4 in the ISO model, as everybody knows, is something that does end-to-end connectivity. So end-to-end means nobody in between should intervene. And it is also supposed to give some key assets to the endpoints. The key assets are assured delivery and a robust control of flow. So these two items, which are depicted here, error control, which means assured delivery, and flow control, which means you cannot send faster than the receiver receives, accepts, are very important components of TCP, which is the the mainstream layer for on the internet. But it seems to be something really easy to achieve, but it's not. When you do that, when you do some error and flow control, you need to expose, at least at your protocol layer, some elements of information to do that. It allows some intervening elements like middle boxes to do some nasty stuff on it. So middle boxes did illegitimately interfere with the transport layer at some point, for example, for acceleration, or simply because of lack of resources to monitor evolutions. So, for example, firewalls starting to be very touchy about some new options, like TCP fast open, which never saw the light because of the intervention of nasty firewalls. So globally, this is known as ossification. Ossification is some break against progress that was completely accidental, but is somehow a consequence of exposing the important keys at the transport layer. So the answer, which was designed to fight this, was quick. So basically, it started with what you see here, which is the full stack of applications over TCP. The current stack means works with a TLS encryption layer, which is completely above TCP, and the application above it. In this scheme, the critical keys, which are flow and congestion control exposed at the TCP layer, are below the encryption. That was the problem. So what Quick did was to slightly move those functions up one layer, which is move flow control and congestion control up in the Quick layer, which is layered above UDP and is itself completely encrypted. Thanks to this, the key information elements are now hidden. So that's good. No more ossification, you would say. So yes, it was the initial setup, the mindset that led to the construction of Quick at Google and then at the IETF. But does it really work that way for everybody? Well, not quite. In the presence of TCP as operators, we have grown some methods to debug the network and locate the issues and locate loss, for example, loss or RTT buildup. To locate loss or RTT buildup, we take advantage of the exposed information elements in headers. For example, a sequence number that you can see on the left, which allow us to quickly determine whether some loss appears upstream or downstream from the measurement points. So if you have a midpoint, which is, for example, somewhere in the middle of your network, you critically need to know whether you need to pursue the investigation on the right or on the left. So to do that, you need some signal that tells us, okay, loss is upstream, loss is downstream. So this is no longer possible in Quick. As we have just said, none of these information elements are exposed. So what shall we do? Of course, there are a few methods that could be envisioned, which work without looking at the information elements. For example, packet drop counters, or 2-point measurements, where you put 2 separate midpoints to observe packets and correlate. Or, for example, active measurements, when you force some packets from your own flow with the special tags. Or, for example, key disclosure, where you ask the client to expose its cryptographic keys just for him. None of these methods scales up. And we thought that we needed to do something at the protocol level to re-enable the methods that we have shown worked very well in TCP. So to do that, we invent some method which we call the loss bits to detect and locate the faulty segments without any packet numbers, without anything else. To do that, we draw some reference patterns in the packet, and we need only 2 bits in the quick headers to do that. The first bit that we are exposing, which called the upstream loss, is just a square signal of n packets of 1, n packets of 0, and so on. Very simple, right? With this, we can just count at the midpoint, count the number of successive 1 or 0, and compare with n, assuming n is known in advance. This gives you clearly the amount of upstream loss. The second bit that we are proposing is the end-to-end loss. Here, we need the contribution of the protocol stack itself. So the sender stack on the right, when it observes a loss, must be aware of it, of course, because it needs to do a short transmission, so it will retransmit it. So it knows it has lost some packet. We ask the stack to just mark 1 bit, 1 packet with this bit. So just by counting them, simple unary counting, we can also assess the amount of end-to-end loss. Having both of them, we have, by difference, we can know also the downstream loss. With this, we can re-enable the dichotomy that we have mentioned before. So that seems pretty efficient and pretty simple, right? So what we did is that we presented it to the IETF in 2018-19, and we came not empty-handed. We came with a large-scale experiment with a partner, which is Akamai, and we did the experiment on 4 countries of Orange affiliates. So it was a real large scale, and the large scale was made possible because, as you can see, these bits are only to be enabled on the sender side. So it was easy not to change a bit in the devices and deploy it at large scale just by changing the servers. So we exposed this to the IETF. We showed the scale of the experiment and received very lukewarm reception. So it's not enough to do a simple mechanism. It's not enough to be very simple. It's not enough to deploy widely to be heard at IETF. So as a summary, I'd say that we have some very, very serious threat against the basic action, day-to-day action of debugging the network. We are very wary that QUIC will completely blind us in many instances. We brought it to the IETF and got very varied mixed responses. Some strong support from Akamai and other CDN providers. Very few operators like us to join the support. Somehow mid or lukewarm support from Google and Microsoft, and fierce opposition from strong players like Facebook and Mozilla, who, by the way, called the shots regarding QUIC at the IETF. So that's where we are now. Now, one side question would be, is loss really critical? Why are you doing all that work against against all intentions? Why worry about that today in the internet today? Of course, you may know about BBR, which is a new congestion control for TCP and also installed in QUIC, which makes loss a bit less important. So mild loss doesn't affect BBR TCP or BBR quick, like he did for earlier congestion controls. So should we throw away all the methods? No, because there are also stronger losses, and stronger losses which happen fairly frequently after all, where we still need to locate the fault. And locating is the name of the game here. We can of course measure with various methods, but locating is very hard. So we think that our mechanism, which is very light, only 2 bits on the standard side, should be pursued and pushed with other methods. We don't know exactly how, and maybe in this audience we could get some hints. Some references to trace the IETF story, and that's it for now.
Thank you. So, do we have any questions? Any people who want to speak up and ask us all their questions about Quick? I see Benedict.
Benedict Stockmann here. What are the reasons given by Facebook and Mozilla to oppose your idea?
Okay, so there are basically two parts. One part is just privacy washing. So clearly they feel that with some very contorted scenario, somebody could imagine that 1 bit could be used for linkability to slightly increase linkability. We think that it doesn't hold. And the other reason, which was, I think, very bad faith, is that there was other fish to fry. You know, when you are writing a big protocol with such ambitions as Quick, you need to solve, admittedly, thousands of more important issues than that. So they deprioritize us and told to come back at V2.
Okay, well, not very nice to hear, but if you want to do a proper job, you have to basically get everything right, not just the big stuff and leave all the stuff broken. But yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I see Sasha commenting that Francisca is very quiet. Nothing in Q&A?
We don't have any questions. Come on, people. Now we have time.
Yeah, we still have 12 minutes.
Ah, there's somebody
Okay.
to send.
Somebody was asking to send audio. Please click that button again so we can catch you and allow you. It's interesting. You have to be on participants list if you want to see who is asking for the video. If you are on any other panel, you don't see that.
We can see that. We cannot see that. Okay, so.
Okay, Brian Tremel, please.
Hey, Alexander, how's it going?
Hi.
Thanks a lot for the talk. It's really good to see this here at RIPE. I wouldn't have asked this, but people are like, please ask questions, please ask questions. I was wondering, so in the trial that you had with Akamai, right? So there is a little bit of measurability in the protocol in the spin bit. So just for the latency thing. Did you look at the sort of the correlation between the latency and the loss in the links that you were looking at? Right, like, so to answer the question, right, like, so that your last question there is, why are we looking at loss, right? Like, so that's a question that I also posed when we were doing the spin bit thing earlier. And I just realized that sort of like the experiment that you're doing here, right? Like, so you're looking at, can you actually see the loss when it's on the network? I believe you did have the spin bit, was the spin bit enabled on these links as well?
Well, not at that time, because as you know very well, the
client,
same bit. The client says no.
Great.
The client says no.
Right. Okay. Okay, then I say my question is, I guess, then a comment. It would be really interesting to look at, for future work here, looking at the correlation between the loss and the latency signals, because that would give a good answer to the is loss useful question. And I think you'd see that loss probably is in sort of the corner cases that you care about.
Well, you know, there are some cases where we know that they're completely orthogonal.
Yeah.
Of course, if you think about some bottleneck with the shaper, of course, some RTT will build up, and there's a telltale sign about future loss, which is RTT. But that is a tiny corner case. And the dominant case is not that at all. The dominant case is completely independent cross traffic or transmission loss or stuff like that, or 40 equipment and so on.
Yep.
And these do not build up RTT at all.
Well, I'm just saying it would be good to see that, like actually sort of with these two things on the same in-band signal, right? Like, so we have information about that with active measurement. It would be interesting to see that sort of with this passive measurement as well. Yes. Probably we should take this offline. I just realized this while I was looking at the talk again, right? Like, I mean, I've seen this stuff for a while, but it'd be an interesting thing to run.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Apparently not. We are 9 minutes earlier.
I see.
So
In the chat panel, usually we don't read those, but somebody is asking, thank you for your presentation. Is your proposal somewhere to review?
Okay, so just as I've written the IETF draft, which is in the references, I think. Okay. So the first we are here is give you a detailed explanation, and the presentation about the experiment is the second link.
Okay, thank you.
apparently we'll have 8 more minutes for coffee. Please, everybody, do rate the presentations. This is the only way that we as a program committee can have some feedback how the presenters did it. And we have the elections to the program committee this time also coming up, and please vote for your candidates and please put forward some nominations.
You can
Francisca,
send your nomination to pc@ripe.net, and we would love to get many of them so we can have a diverse and nice committee again.
Yes, so when is the next session? At 1, right? 13:00.
Yes,
so I believe we should close here.
Yes, let's have some coffee.
Anybody else has anything else to say? And come back at 1.
Okay, so see you in a couple of minutes.
Bye.
So, let's see if this thing still works. Okay, maybe I have to fine tune it here a little bit. And yeah, I think that might have been it. I'm not sure. Let's tweak a little bit here. That was it! So, welcome everybody. Welcome to our first RIPE 83 Kahoot quiz. My name is Gerardo Vivier, and I am your quiz master. We are broadcasting today from a runaway horse that doesn't seem to have any kind of remorse. So the topic of the quiz today is, that is the ripe thing to know. Whatever. No, it's not whatever. Let me tell you once again how to play the game. I'm going to show you a question that I have very meticulously selected with a couple of really good friends. And I'm going to show you 4 possible answers. And the person who presses the right answer the fastest gets the most points. And at the end of the quiz, the person who has the most points wins a prize. Well, I don't know what the prize is. It's a secret, but I want you to stay pinned down to this game and see if you can match it. Now, we have just already about 36 people. Ouch. That's not really much. I was expecting hundreds more. That's right, Mr. Kitty, hundreds more. But I think we can start this quiz in a little bit more than 3 seconds. I'm going to start it right now. And 1, 2. Let's start this quiz. First question, and of course, you know, it's the right thing to do or to know. First question. Where is RIPE 84 scheduled to take place? An abandoned oil rig. Is it in Berlin? Is it your bedroom? Or is it in the metaverse? So in one of these 4 places which actually exist, or maybe not, we are going to have RIPE 84. Is it an abandoned oil rig? Is it in Berlin? Is it in your bedroom? Or is it in the metaverse? And the right answer is, of course, Berlin. We couldn't do it in the metaverse. Never. So first up on the leaderboard, Jackpot, Jack, Michael 166, Joe 18, and Kevster. On to our next question. What does the R in RIPE stand for? What does it mean? Is it rouge? Is it redistribuer? Is it ratatouille? Or is it réseau? Time to wake up and smell the cappuccino. Does the R mean redistribuer? Oh, everybody got it so quickly. And it means réseau. It is réseau IP européen, and pardon my French. On the leaderboard, Jackpot still at the front. Jack coming in next, Mr. Woo-ha-ha, Michael 166, and Joe 18. By the way, if I didn't say so, you had to put your registration number if you want the prize. Which working group started most recently? Oh, no! Is it the IoT working group? Is it a Connect working group? Is it the IPv6 working group? Or is it the DNS working group? Which one of these is a little tiny bitty baby? Yeah! Is it the Connect working group, the IPv6 working group, the DNS working group, or boom, the IoT working group? That's right. That's the one that started most recently. Well done. Let's check the leaderboard. Jack taking the lead, Jackpot taking 1 step down, Michael 166, Mr. Woo-ha-ha, and Joe 18. Next question. How many working group chairs used to work for the RIPE NCC? Is it 8? Is it 4? Is it 2? Is it 6? This is a really, really good one.
2, 3, 4.
Is it 8? Is it 4? Is it 2? Is it 6? Which number is the right number? And the answer is, boom, 6. I bet lots of you didn't know. Okay? So, and the leaderboard says Mr. Oohaha at the front, Jack, Nimsock 850, and Lost Boy. Hopefully you will be found. Next question, and it's a multi-select, meaning you can choose several. Which working group, now inactive, was co-chaired by the RIPE vice chair? So actually, there's only one of these that is correct. So which working group, now inactive, was co-chaired by the RIPE vice chair? Go dig into your history books and check it out. Which one was it? And the right one is actually Enum Working Group. I apologize for that. There was a little mistake there. And the leaderboard is Jack at the front, Joe 18, Mr. Woo-ha-ha, Nimsock, and Rule 55. I just did that to disrupt everything. And the next question, what does BoF stand for? Is it birds of a feather? Is it ball of fluff? Is it big family? Or is it blowing on flutes? Which one of these is the meaning of BoF? B-O-F, ball of fluff, big family, blowing on flutes, or birds of a feather? And the right answer is, boom, birds of a feather. And don't you squawk it. That's right, Mr. Crow. That one was correct. Jack still at the front, Joe 18, Nimsock, Rule 55, and Mr. Woo-ha-ha. Question number 7. What group of people is RACI at? Is it the astronauts? Is it the accountants? Is it the abattoir operatives? Or is it the academics?
It's time to party.
And one of these 4 is the target of the RACI. Is it astronauts, accountants, abattoir operatives, or the academics? And the right answer is academics. Yes, that's what RACI is all about. And Jack still at the front, Joe 18, Nimsock, Rule 55, and Mr. Woo-ha-ha-ha-ha. Next question is, which of these RIPE community people is not in the Internet Hall of Fame? Which of these RIPE community people is not in the Internet Hall of Fame? And I mean, no! Is it Daniel Karenberg? Is it Randy Bush? Is it Jeff Hughes? Is it Lars Johan Limon? So one of these 4 people is not in the Hall of Fame. Why? Surprise! And the right is Lars Johan Limon. Not yet, but maybe soon. Leaderboard says Jack still at the front, Rule 55, Joe 18, Mr. Woo-ha-ha, and Harry 794. Question number 9. There's only 2 remaining, so be quick. What was the anti-abuse working group called previously? Was it anti-spam? Was it anti-jam? Was it anti-lamb? Or was it anti-ham? So one of these 4 was what the anti-abuse working group was called previously. Was it anti-lamb? Was it anti-jam? Was it anti-ham? Or was it anti-spam? That's right. It was the anti-spam working group, and it changed its name to, of course, include much more abuse. Jack, Rule 55, Joe 18, Harry 794, and Mikod 1213.
4.
No, 3. On to the last question. How tall is the RIPE chair? Is it 187? Is it 177? Is it 195? Or is it 181? How tall is the RIPE chair? So if we would measure it from the ground up to the top, is it 187, 177, 195, or 181? And the right answer is, if you look correctly, 187.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? And really well. Let's check what the podium says now. Number 3, Rule 55. Number 2, Nimsock. And number 1,
Are you crazy?
of course not, Jack. Jack had the most points today. And congratulations, everybody, for participating. This was your first Kahoot quiz. Now, remember, everybody, we hope you had fun and we learned something new. Join us again tomorrow at the same time in the same metaverse. And enjoy the next section. Ta-ta!
Thing 1, 2, 3.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Corinne, that's you?
Yeah, it is me. It's me, Corinne.
I thought so. Okay, I'm about to be ready to start. Just had some last moment issues with my mic, as always, and my webcam. So that should be good now. Muhammad is also is our backup, and we'll be the first anyway. So.
And will you load my share my preloaded slides?
You can do that yourself. There is a button
Yeah.
For looking at files. Do you see that yourself?
I did, and it says, attention, all slots for the requested media are already taken.
Well, that's a bit of an issue. Hello, everybody. We're about to start the session in a few minutes. I hope you had a good break time. Our presenters today are, in order, Dr. Corinne Cass from Oxford Internet Institute about the internet governance. Then we have two shorter talks. One is about Janata Wi-Fi Community Wi-Fi Project by Sheikh D. Sim. And one more shorter talk is about Sustainable Digital Economy by Michael Onia, Sustainable Digital Infrastructure Alliance. So Corinne, is it good for you to start now? Because you can go ahead. I repeat your affiliation if necessary. That's Oxford Internet Institute.
Yeah.
And I believe you should have your slide. Oh, hi.
Yes, I am trying that at the moment.
Get my camera working.
Yeah, so at the moment it is only allowing me to share the RIPE 83 housekeeping PDF and not my own deck, I fear.
Okay, your deck is on the website, right? Uploaded as I checked it yesterday. You had your presentation ready, right? It was, I suppose, no last moment revisions. They should put it up right now. Just please wait.
Of course.
Do you have controls for slide deck update? I mean for
Currently gives me two options. Yes, there are my slides. Let's see. Share.
It's always a bit confusing, but I hope you'll figure it out.
I think they should be visible right now.
Yes, the first one is, and okay, so we just 1 minute into. So our total time is 1 hour. So I give you about half an hour, but please keep in mind that includes our Q&A time. So I guess we may have a lot of questions on your talk. So let's go ahead.
I'll go ahead. Thanks so much to RIPE for inviting me to give a talk about my PhD research and the questions of the sharp edges of engineering and networking cultures, in which I ask us to really critically reflect on who the enemy is in our communities and who is included more specifically to help make sure the internet can continue to internetwork. Now, this is a bit of an introduction. As already mentioned, I'm a recent graduate from the PhD program at the Oxford Internet Institute. I'm an anthropologist of technology, which essentially means I study the people behind the rough consensus and the running code. Now, before I start my talk, I want to quickly draw your attention to this comment made by Dave Clark. And he made it in 1992 during a meeting of the Internet Engineering Task Force, a key body that I'm sure many of you in this room will have direct experience with. And his statement was meant as a comment on the IETF's cultural practices, in particular to push back on the perceived top-down imposition of the OSI protocol by the Internet Architecture Board. But what I want to do today is use his quote and reposition it to draw some broader inferences about the role of organizational cultures in enabling but also inhibiting the ability of a wide variety of potential contributors to participate in technical debates, including those had today here at RIPE. Now, just to clarify, I'm aware of the differences between the IETF and RIPE, but I do believe that some of my observations about what I call the sharp edges of IETF culture might also be of interest to the RIPE community. So about today's talk, I will outline the importance of organizational cultures of technical organizations for ensuring that the internet continues to function well and with as little hiccups as is possible. And I'll do so in 4 parts. So first, I will sketch who the us is that participates in technical discussions. I'll do so by drawing on a number of recent reports, but also academic literature that highlights the importance of diversity and inclusivity in the technical management of the internet, as well as the current lack thereof. Then secondly, I introduce some findings from my PhD research to show how sometimes technical communities can be their own worst enemy. And I'll do so by drawing from my findings on the rough edges of the culture of the Internet Engineering Task Force, and also sort of ask all of us to reflect on how these observations potentially also apply or don't apply in the context of how RIPE works. And a central point that I'll be making today is that the IETF is often praised as being open and accessible and having an open and accessible culture, especially through its focus on frank and rough discussions. But I also show how these particular working practices can lead to the exclusion of individuals and expertise that refuse or won't adapt to its particular rough organizational culture, and how we thereby might be losing out collectively on really important perspectives. And lastly, what I want to do is show how my research in turn speaks to a broader theme of conversations also taking place at RIPE, especially around diversity and inclusivity, organizational cultures, and other sort of human aspects of the internet's management are often overlooked, but they are really key aspects in defining who is and who isn't really invited to participate, which I hope we can discuss in the final part of my talk. Now, I also want to say it's really great to be back at RIPE. In May 2015, I gave a presentation at RIPE based on my then master's thesis, for which I looked at the different ways in the IETF does and does not consider the impact of their technical decisions on human rights. And at the time, this was, I mean, quite a controversial topic. And I got some really great feedback, as well as pushback on my work from the RIPE community, which ended up being really helpful in formulating my subsequent PhD research. At the same time, not everyone thought that RIPE was the right audience for my research or agreed with my conclusions. And in the room in 2015 was Professor Jan Aert Schulte, who was a global governance scholar who also researches internet governance, and he watched my presentation. And after the presentation, he came up to me and he essentially told me, you know, I wasn't sure if I was going to tell you this, but I sat next to a technical guy, a network operator, during your presentation. And he said, and you might want to know what he said about your presentation. And he pointed at his notepad and said, here, look, I jotted it down. This network operator, in response to my presentation, said, ah, yes, young female anthropologist pushes all the wrong buttons. And, you know, this network operator's comment implied that it was better to leave the politics of technical work unspoken, a comment that stuck with me so deeply that it actually became the title to one of my PhD chapters. And as such, it feels really full circle for me to be back at RIPE 6 years on, now that I finished my PhD, and I look forward to seeing how the community responds to my work this time around. So a couple of numbers. It will come as no surprise to this audience that there is a diversity issue in many technical communities. So in the Netherlands, we see that only 27% of all women enrolling in bachelor programs go into STEM fields. In the US, we see only about a quarter of cybersecurity individuals identifying as women, with the percentage of racial and ethnic minorities being equally low. Likewise, RIPE, for example, keeps quite limited official participation statistics, but looking around the room and drawing from the efforts of Shane Kerr to measure whether RIPE has a diversity problem, which are his words, the answer seems that there are comparatively little women participating. Similarly, when I'm just seeing that someone has some trouble hearing me, but we're going to continue. Similarly, the IETF, you see about 10% of women at any given meeting. Now, gender is obviously not the only axis of diversity that we should care about, but I use it as my main example here, given that it allows me to point to comparisons across countries as well as across technical communities, which is harder to do for other markers of diversity, such as racial or ethnic identity or age. And why does this matter? Why should we care about diversity? I mean, there's a number of well-known reasons why it matters to have a diverse set of individuals in the room that reflect a broad array of backgrounds and life experience. And given the work that RIPE is already doing on this, I mean, some to mention are, then I don't necessarily need to go into depth as to why it matters, because the community is clearly already aware and working on this. What we see is that it's not just researchers and practitioners who are worried about this, but industry also worries. Like the concern around the lack of diversity in organizational cultures that are rough is very much alive within industry, as for instance, this blog published by Cloudflare in October of this year shows. Which brings me to RIPE. So tying this talk to the larger topic of interest to RIPE, and in particular your ongoing discussions about diversity, I wanted to talk about one of the biggest challenges to diversity that came up in my PhD research, namely humans. And I know there's quite a bit of research and discussion about how humans are the weakest link online. I mean, examples of end users having poor security practices, weak passports, or falling for tricks like phishing emails. There's plenty of that. And this is really important work, but I want to actually shift focus away from the users of products or end user practices and really take a critical look at the individuals, so everyone in the room today, that are developing the policy and technology for network management, and how our sort of collective daily practices, which are also known as culture, can be exclusionary and alienating to individuals who could bring really important contributions to technical discussions. And what I'll try and do is do that through the findings of my PhD research, on human rights advocacy within the Internet Engineering Task Force. And again, I want to stress I am neither here to pick on the IETF nor suggest that the RIPE community suffers from the same kind of cultural challenges as the IETF, but rather what I hope is that my observations will generate positive discussion about what is needed beyond RIPE's work on code of conduct to sustain the community long-term through a diversity of participants. So the IETF up close. I'm sure many people have already heard of it, and in other talks this is usually where I say that the IETF is one of the oldest internet standard setting bodies, and it's been around for over 30 years, and that it builds crucial technologies that ensure diverse networks and products can interoperate. But I won't do that here. As I know from the IETF ID that Jan George and Chris Grundeman wrote about operators and the IETF, that RIPE is not only well aware of the IETF's existence, but even has pretty strong feelings about it, as the quote I highlight on my slide demonstrates. And given these findings and RIPE's collaboration with the IETF, I believe the IETF's functioning and culture should be of interest to this audience. Which brings me to my PhD research. I did research on the efficacy of human rights defenders working alongside corporate engineers in the Internet Engineering Task Force. And specifically, I looked at their efforts to develop human rights standards that are what they call conducive to the protection of human rights online, or human rights enabling. Now, what I show and argue is that the IETF's rough culture plays a pretty big role in inhibiting the human rights advocates from getting their concerns included in discussions within the IETF, primarily as their contributions are seen as outside of the realm of the responsibility of the IETF, or outside of the interests of many of its corporate participants in growing the internet and making it faster. Now, in the process of my PhD research, for which I spent 3 years at the IETF, I also collected quite a bit of data on the aspects of IETF culture that make it hostile, particularly to women and minorities. And these findings speak beyond the confounds of the IETF and suggest that we must include organizational cultures in our understanding of how to create pleasant working environments, whether we're talking about standards or network management. Now, a couple of quick words about my methods and how I collected my data and arrived at my findings. I'm an anthropologist of technology, and while anthropology is often seen as the study of human culture in remote locations, many anthropologists are actually turning a critical eye to their own societies. And likewise, many anthropologists have written about technology cultures, and these kind of studies help us answer important questions about how technologies get made, how technical communities are formed, what ties them together, who is included, who is excluded, what technical experts care about, and how their particular preferences and values translate to the technology they make. So what does anthropology do? Well, we try to understand how people view the world by interviewing people, by participating in their worlds and getting fluent in their languages, both those spoken by humans and machines. Or as anthropologist Van Menen famously said, we make the familiar strange. We do so to question taken for granted knowledge and understand how it shapes how technology gets built. What do anthropologists do? Well, we push buttons, by which I mean we try to ask critical questions about unspoken norms, shared knowledge, and how that steers how communities self-organize, including around the development of technologies like the internet. In my case, it meant submerging myself in the IETF by attending its meetings over the span of 3 years, interviewing a lot of people, analyzing mailing list conversations, and reading as many RFCs as was humanly possible in 4 years. And before telling you what I learned about IETF culture and how it excludes important voices that have meaningful contributions to make, I want to take a step back to literature to sketch an overview of what is already known about tech cultures from the work of other anthropologists, and how that might be of interest to all of you as it provides an outsider's perspective on your day-to-day reality that might make some of what is familiar to you strange again. So, We know quite a bit about the dominant cultural practices of various tech communities, like those that comprise of hacking, free and open source software, as well as big platforms. And the books on my left-hand side are ethnographies of technology that explain how these kind of organizations function. It shows that, from this work, we have essentially learned a lot about the values and collective social behavior of technologists, engineers, and network managers, and how these drive the technology they build for us, and where their visions of what the internet should be resonate or come up short. This existing ethnographic work also demonstrates how many technical communities maintain cultures that, are at best mildly hostile, and at worst can be actively racist or misogynist. And these social dynamics in the background play a really important role in excluding the participation of particular groups, in particular women, minorities, and non-traditional participants like human rights defenders, as well as the value perspectives that they might bring to tech conversations. At the same time, from an academic perspective, not a lot is known about how these dynamics play out in the context of technical organizations like the IETF or RIPE. And this is sort of the knowledge gap that my research aims to address. So, in the first section of this talk, I provided a broad line of the role of us, the technical communities, and the cultures of the organizations that we work for in shaping what concerns are considered relevant in networking conversations. What I'll do in the remainder of this talk is present my findings about the exclusionary effects of some of the IETF's inner workings and how this could inform discussions within RIPE. Or in other words, I'll try and provide some additional details about how sometimes we can be our own worst enemies. Usually what I do at this point in my talk is that I sketch a picture of what the IETF is like by taking you there. And I'll do a shortened version of that, as I'm sure many people here have already been to the IETF. So imagine you are in a large ballroom of a 5-star Hilton. The air conditioning is blazing, as you are in Bangkok or Singapore. You forget exactly which one because you're still trying to recover from an awful jet lag that comes with attending an IETF meeting. In front of you is a large screen that outlines a proposal by some of the individuals in the working group you are attending. One speaker in the front of the room is giving his presentation. As he speaks, a queue of individuals forms behind the question microphone. You see one of the speaker's regular detractors queue up and you sigh. Oy. Both in anticipation of the spat that will now erupt and because you know exactly what will happen, as these two have been at odds with each other for over 2 decades. Hi, Jim, says the person addressing the speaker. Over the past years, I've heard you say an awful lot of malarkey, but I think your presentation today takes the cake. This isn't necessarily helpful or helpful at all. We tried this 10 years ago and it didn't work for the following reasons. You zoom out for the rest of the question, or rather, the rest of the statement. Yet as the meeting ends, you see the 2 gentlemen in question engage in further debate, at a tone that makes the hotel staff nervous, unsure if a fistfight is about to break out. Now, this particular vignette was written on the basis of a number of instances that I saw at the IETF, where its participants got in really heated, dare I even say, rude interactions, in which their personal disagreement clearly entered into these conversations about technology. But when I read about the IETF in preparation of my field work, rarely did these rough edges of its inner working come up in the literature. Quite the opposite, actually. So when we look at the academic literature about the IETF, it is often described very positively. Yet I also found it to be a bit homogeneous, somewhat insular, and conservative on quite a number of different topics. So I want to highlight for you some of the IETF's working practices to demonstrate how these can be discriminatory or exclusionary. The exclusionary aspects of the IETF's confrontational working practices are clearly reflected in the IETF's non-official tradition of loud men talking loudly. Now, this working practice often arose in my interviews when I asked how the IETF worked, and it's also reflected in my previous attempts to transport you to the world of protocols. The IETF's guidance document for newcomers at the time, for example, warns that participants can sometimes be surprisingly direct, sometimes verging on rude. And I attended multiple newcomer sessions over the course of my fieldwork, and I was really surprised by the levity with which newcomers were ushered into the IETF's hostile working culture. One veteran IETF participant used to share advice such as don't take it personal, people are just very passionate, to deflect critical questions about the roughness of some of the IETF's way of working. And many IETF participants actually insist that such acrimonious practices are crucial to developing good protocols, because confrontation is often seen as key both at the IETF social functioning as well as how to develop standards. Now, within academia, there is a theory that describes that connection. So Leach and their co-authors describe the salience of confrontation in the context of open source communities as a reciprocal dynamic, because better software is seen as dependent on particular social practices and ideologies, whilst these practices and ideologies are given salience by their success in fostering valuable production. And many of the IETFers that I spoke to saw their confrontational approach in the same way. They felt that good protocols can best be made through butting heads. But sometimes they did overlook how its particular working culture made it so that newcomers had to accept behavior that was, rough as part of the course of working in the IETF. Or as one of the women that I spoke to about her decision to stop attending the IETF said, there are only so many times I'm willing to be mistaken for someone's wife or shouted down when I try to raise a valid question before I decide that enough is enough. Women get plenty of this in their personal lives. I don't need it in my work environment too. So what we see is that such confrontational approaches can sometimes be exclusionary. And in particularly, some of the women that I spoke to said that it made them feel uncomfortable because it created a climate in which it was really hard for them to address these kind of instances of sexism, for instance, as these were dismissed as just loud men talking loudly or passionate behavior. And it also meant that you have to, to a certain extent, endure a particular level of aggression as part of your work. And many individuals are unwilling to do so. And these sentiments are clearly reflected in my earlier quotes. Now, why is there this disconnect between my findings and the literature on the IETF, or even the IETF self-narration? Now, sort of looking back at how much of the literature, as well as the IETF itself, describes the organization as open and accessible, where does the disconnect between how the IETF's culture is described and how it functions in practice comes from? I think one of the things that I noticed is that researchers and IETF participants often conflate the IETF's procedural guidelines, so its open standards and governance, with the nature of its day-to-day cultural functioning. And just because an organization is technically accessible does not necessarily mean it's culturally open. And this discrepancy shows the need for further anthropological research, as the dynamics that I witnessed in the IETF are likely to happen in a broader array of organizations. So what? My findings suggest that while we are quick to blame end users for technical concerns, we're much less likely to turn the gaze inwards and consider how our actions sometimes cause problems, how we sometimes are the enemy. The disparity between the literature and the IETF's rhetoric on the one hand, and my findings on the other, suggests that we know less about how the sausage of the internet gets made than we think we do. And what I argue is that we need to be more clear-eyed about acknowledging who is excluded from participating due to the specifics of the rough edges of our organizational cultures, and what potential valuable perspectives are lost because of it. And if you take away one thing from my talk today, I hope it's this: don't mistake the open governance structures of internet governance organizations for an accessible culture, and by extension, perhaps question what my findings about the IETF from the ground up mean for work in your organization. How do your working practices and unspoken habits enable or curtail the ability for diverse experts to speak up? What topics are you not seeing because of, to quote the earlier introduced Cloudflare concern, the homogeneity of cybersecurity creators? Which brings me to the discussion. If there are any IETFers in the audience today, I mean, it might seem like I was picking on your cherished organization. This is not the case. My ethnographic research was on the IETF, but the point that I've been trying to make throughout this talk is that it is one amongst many organizations working on keeping the internet running that have some cultural concerns. And what I want to do today is really flip the notion on its head that the rough cultures of the IETF are what enable it to do good work. It might also be holding it back from doing even better work. So the question that I want to leave you with is, do you recognize your organization in the patterns that I've sketched today? And if so, are you willing and able to make the necessary cultural changes, even if it means giving up parts of an undoubtedly deeply cherished, but perhaps here and there somewhat unhelpful culture? Thank you.
Thanks. We need to get some people asking questions because we are not exactly, well, we can still have some time. So I'm not seeing many, but two. So let me go with Vesna Malovic from RIPE NCC. She asks, what is your advice on small steps the RIPE community can take to become more welcoming and diverse?
Excuse me. I mean, I think one of the things that RIPE is already doing is having these conversations within the community, as well as making its values more explicit through the code of conduct. What I always tend to say is that a code of conduct is a really good starting point, but it only works if people feel safe enough to invoke it, if there is a broader conversation within the community saying, okay, we have this code of conduct for when it goes wrong, right? But that is one approach. What do we do and what do we change about how we work so we never need to use it? What is it about our culture that we can improve or change on such that it is welcoming and safe for all the participants to work in?
I see. So it's more like not what you should never do, but maybe more about what you should do, what you probably would do, right? More like rules of behavior. The Koen van Hove from University of Twente, Netherlands asks, what is the main thing individuals within the IETF can do to create a more accessible and welcoming environment? And then I have one more question by video.
I mean, I think one of the things to keep it really close to my PhD findings is to think about how to make those sharp edges of its culture a little bit more blunt. So for starters, I think that telling newcomers that they should accept a level of aggression is perhaps not the way to go. And I would say, like, what can we rethink where you can both keep a critical discussion without necessarily devolving into the kind of, sort of acrimonious discussions that I've seen, which can be really alienating to some. And at the same time, also, for the community to think really hard about who is a technical expert, because I've also had this experience myself where I'm at the IETF, and individuals tend to assume that because of the way I look and because of my gender, I couldn't possibly be an engineer, or I couldn't possibly have any kind of technical skills, and that's a problem. It is also about making a cultural shift and being open to the fact that folks with technical expertise look in really diverse ways.
Thanks. That's good that you went there and found that out. We have Giovanni Mura, who wants to talk about your presentation. Please go ahead.
All right.
Granted rights. Yes.
Right. So, Corinne, thanks for this presentation, and again, congratulations on your PhD, and also for having the courage to go against the IETF, to scrutinize an entire process. I personally joined IETF, I think 5-6 years ago, and still get terrified to send emails to the list. Not only because of the culture, but because of the amount of knowledge that lies in the IETF. Because if you make a mistake, that's it. So my question to you is, like, my own experience was terrifying in the beginning. I had already 10 years of experience in academia, but nothing's more scary than the IETF to me. But I sort of grew a thick skin in the process, learned the hard way. I'm not saying it was pleasant, but it was the way that I learned. So my question to you is, given that there's so much competition within the IETF to standardize documents that later get deployed and people, evaluated in their jobs for that, did you find any other community? Because I'm completely ignorant of that. I don't know any other communities that do similar work that you have really to shout and to get your standards standardized and published that are, let's say, more open, less with less with men shouting. Do you have other examples that you can learn from? Because as I'm saying, I know academia, when you present there, most people ignore your work, or the IETF, which if you make a mistake, you're dead. So I only see these two extremes.
Absolutely extreme.
The thing is, like,
and we're about to close.
I wonder, I'm not sure my work went against the IETF as much as describing what it looks like to a relative outsider. Like I said, to make the familiar strange, because I do feel that sometimes when you place these kind of practices in a different context, then the people within them get a different view of, oh, maybe maybe this does have some concerns. And I also want to state that a lot of people within the IETF are doing really hard work on making the necessary cultural change. Right? I don't at all want to make it out like, I'm seeing this thing and no one in the IETF is, because a lot of people are doing the hard work of making the cultural changes. Setting that aside, I mean, I do think that in many ways the kind of practices that I describe are more common than not in many technical communities. But I do feel that there are examples, for instance, the Python community, that are making really important changes, and I think RIPE is also one of the cultures to see that. And that's mostly what I want to talk is, like, encourage the importance of that and make sure that that's a trajectory that technical communities seek out, so that expertise like that of yourself isn't lost, and that we can all contribute to these discussions, even if we don't have the 3 decades of experience of participating.
Thanks.
Dimitri, we can't hear you.
Correct. I said we have about our last question, Jan. If you want to ask something, please go ahead, and then we switch to our next presentation.
Okay, thank you. I'll be brief, George. So lots of people is asking, what do we need to do? What would you do to make it better? And we actually sent the message together with Chris Grandeman when we wrote Operators and the IETF. And I think there is lots of messages there, what is wrong and what needs to be done. But I have a feeling that, and I got information from some of the ERA directors, that basically the IETF, what they did was they read the draft and they said, thank you for letting us know, bye-bye. So where to go from here?
Yeah, no, I can definitely imagine. This is also something I've wondered myself, like, that people said, this is incredibly important, thank you, bye-bye. But at the same time, what I see right now within the IETF, at least within the leadership and a large part of the community, is that there is this recognition of, oh, our numbers are dwindling. We have a hard time attracting and retaining people. The number of women that participate here is not great. And we want our community to keep existing because we want the internet to keep existing. And for that, we need people who are willing to come to the IETF, right? And, not all of that is driven by culture, of course it's not, but it is a part of it. So I do feel that there is a real drive within the IETF to make some changes, to make sure that, some of the somewhat more toxic dynamics that I described are actively addressed, if only for the interest of its own continued existence.
All right, looks like we got 2 more people at the very last second, and I asked Benedict Stokebrand to speak, and then Yal, and that's it, folks. Sorry, we'll really have to discuss it further, I agree, but we just don't have enough time in this particular slot. Please, Benedict.
All right, okay. Couple things. First off, I've been to a couple of IETF meetings. Second thing, disclaimer, I've a secondary degree in philosophy, so I'm not entirely unfamiliar with this word. There are two things that are different between the RIPE community and the ITF. The ITF is largely dominated by Americans. They have a much larger number of participants. They are American, who bring their own culture and, at least in some cases, little understanding for the rest of the world, which makes it harder. And on the other hand, they also have a problem that they also have people from, for example, the Far East, which is such a huge cultural clash that this is really, really, really difficult. The RIPE community is a bit more homogeneous with that. On the other hand, as a working group chair, even then, I sometimes find it important to tell speakers who are not that fluent in English or from a culture that might actually take a direct question as a personal attack, to warn them beforehand and possibly be ready to intervene if things get out of control. But all in all, and from what I've seen at the ITF, the RIPE community is a lot easier than on this than the ITF. That's it.
All right. Corinne, you want to respond?
No, I mean,
Thanks.
that's very clear, and I appreciate that.
Yeah. Our RIPE co-chair, Neil Relly, wanted to say something, but I'm not sure if he still wants to. But Neil, you can say that now.
How many seconds do I have each?
Look, sometimes we have to break our own rules. I trust you to know what you want to say.
No, I want to start by
succinctly.
thanking Corinne for giving us lots of stuff to think about. It was really stimulating. Now I have to do the reading.
Yes.
But I was going to ask a question, which is maybe echoes a point that Benedict made, and it's this: in the Anglophone parts of the world, the politics and the legal system are very much based on a confrontational model, and this is seen as the proper way to test ideas. And I'm wondering whether the kind of phenomena that you see in the ITF, you have looked or you have thought about looking at whether things are different in the French people talk about the Anglo-Saxon legal system, but as an Irishman, that's not a term I'd like to use. But in countries whose politics and judicial systems are different, are the edges likely to be less sharp, or what's the parallel between the ITF and the wider society? Thanks.
No, I really appreciate that question. And as someone who comes from a background of working within the field of human rights law, I have plenty of experience with what that looks like in the judicial process, and feel things are different. Yes, it's also about confrontation, and it's about seeking out the best possible way forward, but it's often less personal. I do feel, in my experience at least, and this is also something that came up in my data where I spoke to human rights folks who are used to that legal context that you sketch, and now most to the ITF, saying like, it's not that I'm averse to having direct, hard conversations about difficult topics, but there is a certain level of sort of almost professionalism that I expect in terms of people keeping it about the subject and not the speaker. And that's something where sometimes the lines are too blurred in the kind of conversations that I saw in the ITF, where things tend to become personal when they should stay professional.
All right, Corinne, that would be a big conversation if I had an in-person meeting, but unfortunately I have to end this block of yours. Thank you a lot for your research, and I hope you will still come to it. Please, Mohammed, you can go ahead. If you aren't.
Yes. Yes. Can you hear
me?
me?
You are. Great. Yes. You can speak up.
Hello, I'm Mohammed Burmand, member of RIPE NCC and chair of this section. And the next speaker is Sheikh Mdisrem, and about Janata Wi-Fi, affordable internet for the community by the community. And you can now start.
Thank you everyone for giving me such an opportunity. Thank you, RIPE. Let me start. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
yes, we can hear you.
Can you see my slide is visible?
Yes, everything is okay.
Okay.
And
mobile broadband in Bangladesh is expensive and volume-based. Most of the people's primary computing device is a smartphone. There are 105 million internet subscribers, and 1 month internet subscription in Bangladesh cost almost 10% of monthly income of a Bangladeshi average person. One of the reasons for this, the Bangladesh has expensive spectrum and cellular operation has SMP regulation enforced, so cellular market internet prices are now dropping very fast. To solve this expensive mobile broadband issue, we help T-stall owners to take a fixed broadband connection in their T-stall. Our custom hardware sashes the internet for the low-income population. You can buy almost 1-day internet price with 12 cents, which is 10 times lower than 4G internet prices. The solution are bottom 80% population of the country. We are not an ISP, rather we partner with ISPs who take care of the backhaul. Why this solution, you may ask? Because fixed broadband in Bangladesh is very cheap and also it's fast. T-stall in Bangladesh has the density and life moves around here. It is a gathering place of local community, and Wi-Fi brings extra footsteps to the Wi-Fi T-stall owners. The way the solution works, we send our custom hardwares to local ISPs and the T-stall owners. They set it up with a few taps of our various apps. They can load 1-day and 7-day Wi-Fi balances to our customers with our Digital Bapari app. The customer downloads our app and get access to connect every router in our network. On the technical side, firstly, we use smartphones' cellular internet to access the Janata cloud. This allows us to overcome the barrier of CGNet issues. Through cellular internet, the smartphone gets all the credentials it needs to operate the whole process and sets up the router to be able to join the Janata cloud. There are 3 sections in our cloud. Authentication, authorization, and accounting is handled in one section. There is also a log management section which ensures the security of the user so that in any kind of security vulnerabilities or issue, we can easily track the incident. With all this, Janata Cloud ensures the seamless connectivity. So, we are faster than 4G. We are stable than 4G. We are at least 10 times cheaper than 4G. We ensure the internet reachability for the user, and for the first time, the women get internet education and they can get their livelihood. Also, Wi-Fi sales is adding extra 10% income of the women vendors. Now you may ask, why this solution? Why we are better than 4G? We estimate the density and place the hardware with the density handling capabilities. Also, as we are focusing on lower income areas, both the radio and physical interference is very low. Most of the content consumed by the user is local CDN based, which ensures the highest throughput and local latency over the broadband, which 4G never can meet. You can look at this chart. The speed of 4G internet is very low, which doesn't ensure very good broadband internet experience. And cellular operators also squeeze every bit out of the spectrum they bought, which make the QoS very low. We launched several apps on July 2021. Before this, we used to sell voucher cards and consumers would connect using the numbers on these cards. Now we assign balance to digital Bapari apps of the T-stall owners and they resell the balance to customers. Agent sends us money through their mobile money account, making the whole process paperless. Thank you for your attention. Any questions?
Thank you, Sheikh, for your good presentation. I think everybody enjoyed your presentation. Any question in the Q&A? We don't have question, but anyone?
We have one. Sorry, we have one from Jan George. I believe.
Do you offer?
Yes.
In Bangladesh, we don't have IPv6 that much. There are around 1% or less than 1%. So we cannot avoid the CGNet issue at this moment. That's why we have to use the mobile. Okay, another.
Okay.
We also
One more.
Settings.
I can read it. It's Gordon Gidafalvi from Think Fiber. I believe it's Canadian company. Do you also assist handle setting up the fixed connection to the T-stalls? Wondering because it doesn't seem that easy of a task to create that.
Okay, we don't handle the setting up process. We use the app, which is very easy and convenient to set up the hardwares. And besides, the local ISPs helps the T-stall owners to set up the process. And the app is made in very convenient way. So anyone can set the hardware with a few taps.
Thank you. I'm very impressed with your project. I mean, you made people's lives so much better. Thank you.
We are trying to do that.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm from Ukraine and we are second on the list of most expensive spectrum, but I just learned something. And we have lots of Wi-Fi too. But nothing like you. You should export to other countries. I'm sure you'll have even more people.
Yes, we are trying to do that. That's why we are sharing with the communities. Anyone who are interested in our project are welcome to contact us.
Thank you. Okay, we are maybe one more question possible, but I don't see anybody requesting. Please, people haven't been asking questions before. Don't be shy. You can ask questions. It's just as simple as clicking that button on top left corner right under your name in Meet Echo app. You cannot do this through live streaming, obviously. Or you can go to the button and type it in with your name, affiliation, and it's also below your name with a question mark. And that's, I guess, it. Thank you, Sheikh. I'll be glad to introduce
If anyone have any questions, feel free to email.
Sure. And I now know how to good Wi-Fi in Bangladesh works.
Thank you.
Thanks. It's Michael Onion with Sustainable Digital Infrastructure Alliance, or SDIA. Please go ahead and present. And it's also a short talk, so I'll put a timer for you.
Quick sound check. Can you hear me now?
Now, yes.
Great. Thank you. So funny enough, this morning at about 9:45, I lost internet connectivity. And then when I went to a coffee shop, the power went out. So I'm actually not going to keep my video on for most of this talk. I'm sorry. I wanted to just come on and just introduce myself and say hi. I'm actually going to keep it off because I'm tethering to my mobile device. So just to save bandwidth, as our previous speaker just was just describing the importance of via and whatnot, I just wanted to say hi. Thank you for allowing me to be here, and let me get right into it. So my name is Michael Ogia. I am the Director of External Relations for an organization called the Sustainable Digital Infrastructure Alliance, which is co-based in Hamburg and Amsterdam. And well, if anybody recognizes my name, especially from RIPE Labs, one of the things that I speak about often is the relationship between the internet and sustainability. And so in case, just as a brief refresher for anybody here who's interested in the topic, most people, when they think about sustainability within the internet, a lot of times it comes to energy consumption and especially climate impact. The latter is relevant specifically if you're a software developer and you're trying to think about how to make your software greener. And of course, if anybody here is running an IXP or a data center, energy consumption and PUE is one of the biggest things that you'll come across. But it's not just that. There's resource use, water and land. There's waste generation from e-waste to pollution and many other forms. There's mineral mining and processing and extraction. There's construction and transportation, again, especially relevant to anybody here focusing on real estate, data centers, etc. Of course, there's infrastructure resiliency. Sea levels are rising. That means that that especially submarine cable landing stations are under threat. Of course, there's data transit and storage. If you have a data center, you know, in northern Finland or northern Sweden, and you're in southern Greece, that could be a problem for you, especially for how do we get it? How do we get the your Instagram image from northern Sweden to southern Greece? Of course, extensive supply chains, many of which are interconnected. And as we see with supply chain issues, that is also a problem for sustainability. One of the biggest problems is that there's a lack of design considerations as it relates to incorporating sustainability into ICT or to IT hardware design, etc., or software design. Of course, there's production, consumption, and end-of-life issues. There's the impact on biodiversity and human communities. And then, of course, problematic business models, which range for things like, you know, not extending the life of hardware because of lack of software support, firmware support, etc., or just the need to upgrade constantly because marketing departments, you know, are always pushing that kind of narrative, depending on the field. So, what am I doing and why am I here? And apologies for the quick transition. I'll fix that in future slides. So, as I said, the entire digital economy, if we think about it as a grouping of sectors, it's not just one sector, it's essentially 30 plus industries that are all working together in one way or another to ensure that a photon that's created in a wind park, let's say, can eventually power a post from your favorite website or you know, on your laptop or your computer or whatnot. And so one of the things that we're doing at SDIA is we're trying to bring all of these different organizations together, all of these different groups to actually think about how we can do that. And so if you think about it from the beginning, if you think about just the enabling infrastructure, for instance, it's your buildings, your land, your data centers, it's your power generation, then, or sorry, not the data centers, but then we go up to the data centers, the telecommunication networks. Then we think about, you know, virtualization and where are those technologies working, and then we get to the software level, to the platform level, etc. What we've done is we're creating, we have a, I'll explain it in a second. We have a map that we've created that's essentially bringing all of this together to then focus on how do we move sustainability forward in a way that's inclusive of the fact that, yes, you might be working on software, but obviously the device that you're working on is connected to the internet. It's connected to another part of internet infrastructure. It's connected to a different part of internet infrastructure. How can we create really systems-based and holistic approaches to sustainability within the entire sector? Now, as I mentioned, this is the roadmap that I just addressed. It's divided into 6 different metrics, including emissions, energy consumption, e-waste, resource consumption, pollution, and socioeconomics. And each of those white bars to the right of it are activities, and there's about 22 activities in total, and each activity currently has or eventually will have a steering group attached to it. And one of the biggest things that we do is that we make the business case for sustainability. Because if anybody's listening to this, if anybody's like, yeah, sustainability is great, but what about the bottom line? That's exactly the point that we agree with as well. There's no reason why sustainability shouldn't also be better for economics and for, as much as we want to protect the environment, we want to protect human communities that rely on the internet, and we want to make sure that sustainability is economical and business friendly as well. Then sustainability is not going to be sustainable in and of itself as well. And so we are driving sustainability forward specifically within Europe. We have global ambitions, but we're here now. We were established in 2019, so we're quite young still. We have currently 65 members and partners working across Europe. We're currently with 6 roadmap metrics and 21 activities and 10 steering groups. One of the things that I spoke about that I will highlight in just a moment is, for instance, we've been trying to build support for an open data hub, and we just finished in September a 3-part series on our vision for a sustainable European cloud. I'll get to those in just a moment. And then, of course, if you go online, if you go to the plenary page, you will find information about us, and you can also download this slide deck, which will give you some more information. But the point is that, as you can see here, we have quite a number of members that have joined from across the digital ecosystem that are working with us to drive progress forward in our steering groups. And specifically, that means some of those steering groups are focusing on things like heat waste reuse in data centers. Others are focusing on things like alternatives for backup power and whatnot. And as you can see, well, and one thing I wanted to mention is that our steering groups specifically are focusing on things like, maybe it's, like I said, making a business case for sustainability. Others are thinking more about like, okay, what kind of policy and regulatory mechanisms need to be addressed collectively in order for us to move forward, such as, finding a way to subsidize heat pumps in data centers so that we can reuse that heat more easily. So those are the kinds of things that we've been working on. And so I just want to quickly move into this because there are 3 posts that came out within the past 6 months or so that I wanted to highlight. One of which is that I mentioned we've announced earlier this year an open data hub, because to us, one of the biggest problems with moving sustainability forward is that we don't have enough data. And if you talk, depending on who you talk to, there's just a cacophony of difference as it relates to, well, where are we actually, where are we at the moment? And the problem is you can't really go forward and benchmark and push the envelope if we don't really know where are we, what is reliable and what's not. And so for us, we've created this, and we of course would love your support if anybody's interested in learning more about how we can aggregate data, anonymize it, and then help to create benchmarks, not just for the digital industry as a whole, but specifically for within the data center space, within networking and other places. So that is on RIPE Labs, fantastic resource. Highly encourage you to go check it out if that sounds interesting. Another initiative that we've launched is we have a vision, and we currently have a steering group that is driving this forward to create a blueprint for what we call a sustainable European cloud. This is we ultimately, if we sorry, I forgot to put on do not disturb. Ultimately, if we want to create a sense of sovereignty within Europe, and not just within the European Union, but on the continent as a whole, something that is emphasizing privacy, emphasizing sustainability, we have to figure out how to do that. And so this is something we actually have a manifesto, which is drawn into 3 parts. And I've summarized those 3 parts and added that to RIPE Labs. So I would love your feedback on that if that's something you find interesting. And then lastly, Another really important thing is refurbishing hardware, and this is something specifically relevant to anybody here who uses, who is looking for new hardware or would like to figure out how to extend the life of the hardware that you already have, or to kind of, you know, to save money especially. Refurbishing is a really good way to do that, and so I've added this just recently, I think just last week, about that, and I would love your feedback about that as well. And then let me see how much time I have.
We ran out.
We ran out. Oh, sorry. So I will skip this last slide.
But it's not your fault. It's not your fault. We had longer talk before you. So please finish your own talk. Don't worry about cutting yourself.
No worries. Thank you very much, Dimitri. And so then I'll just, for the sake of time, I will just focus on the infrastructure operator recommendation and conclusions that I have. If anybody, for those that are interested and that this applies to you especially, I really encourage you all to see sustainability as holistic, as understanding that, well, yes, we might improve our PUE, or we might, you know, do more to decarbonize, but that's just one part of the puzzle. We have to think about, for instance, energy, not just energy, but also land and water use, e-waste, that sort of thing. We need to go beyond PUE for sure, and embrace synergies within infrastructure. We need to turn byproducts like heat waste into valuable resources that benefit both the environment and local communities. We need to reuse and refurbish equipment as much as possible, and of course, embed sustainability into design. And one of the most important, and this is really relevant to all of you, especially because I wrote a piece about this for RIPE Labs, I think last summer, and that's about don't underestimate the power of sustainable procurement and collective bargaining. I didn't include that as a screenshot, I should have. But the fact is, you have so much power, especially when it comes to how you spend your money, where you put your euro or whatever currency you work in. That if your suppliers, if you're going to the suppliers and you're saying, look, sustainability is really important to us, we want you to prioritize that, they will, because they are relying on your money. And so please understand that you have a lot of power when it comes to that. And the very last thing I'll say is that if you have any questions, if you're interested in the work we do, I would love to talk to you. Some of you may be familiar with Max Schulze, he's our executive chairman. But otherwise, thank you very much for your attention, and thank you, RIPE Committee, for allowing me to be here. Sorry that I can't show you my face more.
That's fine. We have seen you in the beginning. Thanks. I'm afraid we cannot allow a lot of time because we have our virtual yet important break. We do see 3 in Q&A, so I'm going to read them and you can answer them, and it'll be wrapping up. Vesna Manolovic from RIPE NCC was first. She said, Mike, do you know how many of RIPE NCC members are also SDI members? Do you want to see a show of hands at this chat?
Yeah, sure. Is anybody here that's part of our community by chance? And if not, that's okay. That's a good reason why I'm here.
Type it in the chat, I guess. Then you'll see
that.
It will also be archived, because chat transcripts are archived on the RIPE meeting site.
Thank you, Sandra. It's a pleasure to have you.
Yeah. Peter Hessler, Internet Citizen, asked, are any SDI members involved in Bitcoin blockchain, and if so, how do they justify their participation?
That is a good question. No, I don't, not to my knowledge, any of our members are working on blockchain are working on Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies. We are a member of an organization called the Crypto Climate Accord, but more as kind of getting a seat at the table, trying to follow along with the proceedings to see how it happens. But of course, yeah, if anybody's familiar with crypto, I mean, everybody's been reading about it. It's pretty clear that crypto is pretty inherently energy inefficient and is really quite bad for the environment. So this is just definitely something that needs a lot of work needs to be done on, and hopefully we would love to, for instance, have a steering group on crypto power use, and not just power use, but also the equipment, the hardware is incredibly is often it has a very short life cycle. So how do we extend that kind of hardware? How do we refurbish more, et cetera, et cetera? I mean, there's so many problems that need to be addressed there.
Right. Actually, I think not all blockchains are the same. I know Bitcoin is awful, but I know there are some other currencies which do claim better energy efficient. But yes, that's a big issue. Jan George,
Exactly.
Six Connect asks, and I guess that's the final one. Would anyone be interested in sustainability best current operational practice document?
That's great. I see a lot of people. Kind of indicating support for that, and I really appreciate that. It's actually something that that I wrote about with the procurement document last year. Kind of like maybe doing a B Corp about that, but just having more support for that here publicly, I really appreciate. And yeah, of course, if anybody has any more questions, if you have something, if something wasn't clear, you'd like some more information about, please do reach out to us. We'd be very happy to do that. And I'm sure I'll be writing more for RIPE Labs.
Thanks. I would thank you. And I guess that wraps up your talk. I would like to remind everybody to rate those talks because that's how PC program committee gets feedback about quality. And also, we have program committee member elections. There are 2 seats opening up, and please email to pc@ripe.net if you do want to volunteer for PC, or if you want to nominate somebody else, please first ask if they do want to be a PC member. If that's so, send such email with their name and affiliation so they can be nominated. Thanks, and with that, we'll wrapping up our session, and our next will be shortly. Enjoy your time and please don't forget to stretch. Thanks.
Here to
Hello, hello, hello. Lovely RIPE 83 attendees. It is just 14:30 CET, so this seems like an excellent time to start this afternoon's session. Excuse me. I'm Brian Nisbet, and this is Fernando Garcia Fernandez, and we're chairing this session on behalf of the RIPE PC. We have 3 talks in this session, all of whom we hope that you will enjoy. And obviously, as mentioned, you can interact with those talks either by requesting audio to speak at the virtual mic with your own physical mic, or indeed enter a question into the Q&A text box and we will read it out on your behalf. I will say just 2 things before introducing our first speaker. The first one of those is, please, again, rate the talks, because we'll take that information and look at what people liked, didn't like, and it will feed into future RIPE meetings. And also, if you would like an opportunity to be one of the people who are making the decisions on what kind of things go into future RIPE meetings, then you can step forward to put your name forward to be on the program committee, which you can do by sending a photo, a bio, and expression of interest to pcpapacharlie@ripe.net. Excellent. So let us then proceed. And our first speaker is Alexander Istevin from the Free Moscow University, who will be speaking about sovereign internet and number resources. So Alexander, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, for the sovereign internet, it's a nickname for a series of legislations which was invented by a Russian regime to ensure stability, sustainability, and security of internet in Russia in case of possible disconnections from outside. I would like to thank Program Committee for an excellent programming, because in the end of previous session, we heard about sustainability of a healthy man. In the beginning of this session, I will tell you about sustainability of a smoker, like it displayed on cigarette tax. I already made a presentation on sovereign internet 2 years ago at Reykjavik, when this legislation, on the legislation level, was just adopted by our parliament. Today, I will tell you a bit more development which happened in 2 years and affects number resources directly. But first of all, I need to tell you a few bits of Russian internet history. Russia became an independent country in 90s of previous century, and no one knows how to regulate internet. So internet regulations was written like telephony regulation as a public services telecommunication network. But it does not affect development of internet itself, because there was no relevant International Telecommunications Union document. So there was no hardly affecting regulations in Russia. There was only licensing requirement with some paperwork and requirements to connect to lawful internet. But starting 2012, government noticed that internet audience overtakes audience of Russian TV and started regulating internet, mostly regulating internet content by but using technological methods. In parallel, they tried to bring internet regulations into agenda of United Nations or International Telecommunications Union. Unfortunately for us, Russian internet regulations is very ineffective for the purposes was declared officially, because in 2012 content blocking was invented for the purposes of child protections, terrorism protections, copyright violations protections. Either it's ineffective for the purposes undeclared, like inhibition of political opposition, filtering content from European sources, independent media, and something like that. So regulations come into a series of ways. First of all, responsibility of licenses ISPs was increased. then regulation added more actors to be regulated, like news aggregators, search engines, VPN operators, bloggers, social networks, and something like. Lately, lawful intercept, which actually bulk wiretapping in Russia, was increased in amount of responsibility, and so-called anti-terrorist Yarovaya package was added when operators must store internet traffic for at least 3 months, and in a time span of 5 years, they need to increase amount of stored traffic. A lot of identification, end-user identifications legislations were added, but it's still ineffective. Government sees its regulation is ineffective and try to improve it. Also, I need to say that all this content filtering, responsibilities, and even lawful intercept have to be done on ISPs and regulated actors' account. So a regime sees that all these measures related to regulating internet is ineffective because regulations are sometimes stupid, sometimes doesn't work well. And at the beginning of 2019, in very Russian bureaucratic languages, there was invented amendments for telecommunication in information laws for the purpose, for official purpose of sustainability and security. And that was a formal framework which put autonomous system number resources, and domain names into regulatory space without much details, and again in very bureaucratic language, because it adds responsibility of the owner of number of autonomous system also owning technological networks. I'm sorry, I'm really experienced issues in translating this bureaucracy language into English, so I will try to just give you an impression of what happens. And all this regulation became possible because basically internet was regulated as public services network. Here's a link for my previous presentations with more details on this law, but now I tell you about what happens. Sorry, there will be a few slides, not about number resources, but to give you an impression of how situations have developed, because it requires a lot of paperwork. First of all, after introduction of a law, more than 10 government decrees was created. The major one for our today purpose is the creation of a Center of Monitoring and Control of Public Services Telecommunication Network. Also, I should mention that in this legislation, in a low level, internet have not been mentioned by the word internet. Only public services telecommunications network was mentioned. The most popular things among these 10 governmental decrees, popular in Western media, is training on sustainability, security, and complete functioning of PSTN, which are known as internet disconnection trainings, or regulation on technical means for countering threats, middle boxes, which intended to protect Russian citizens from outer threats. Later, on a level below government, Ministry of Telecommunications created a lot of decrees setting up requirements for the owners of the number of autonomous system owning technological networks. Later, on the level below, Roskomnadzor, as Federal Supervision Services, very close to regulator, made a lot of orders, which includes national domain name system, rights of Center for Monitoring and Control of Public Services Telecommunication Networks. And again, the most important for these presentations, requirements for reporting for the owners of numbers of autonomous systems. This level of regulations are usually directly executed by ISPs or regulated actors. So on the level below, supervision service, there was created Center for Monitoring and Control of Public Services Telecommunication Networks. And on this level, it issued a number of instructions for autonomous system number owners. Unlike
documents mentioned on previous slides on the 3 or 4 levels, these documents are non-normative documents. They have not discussed publicly and available only for operators via Roskomnadzor service portal. So on this level, major instructions have extended details for operators, how they should report their infrastructure, their number resources, their connectivity lines, especially lines crossing city borders or crossing state borders, and also connectivity incidents. Also, the very important part of sovereign internet is the regulation of internet exchanges. I don't know why they selected this form of operators, but a lot of sovereign internet legislation, bylaws, and instructions are related to internet exchanges. So, as I mentioned, the major 3 orders of Roskomnadzor. Sorry. Yes, 3 major orders of Roskomnadzor contain 47 pages with information which have to be provided. But when Center for Monitoring and Control extended it for instructions, it takes about 430 pages and different XML schemas for possible reports. And now we came for number resources. So-called register for address number resources was created as a part of Roskomnadzor services portal. Also, there is additional instructions written by CMC about how to report your number resources to the state. You have to report objects which are very similar to RIPE database objects. That's ASSET, OutNum, InetNum, organization, parcel, road, and road objects. This interface also have possibility to import your number resource defining objects from a database of RIR. Also on this level, there is no import-export attributes for OutNum, so routing information is not collected yet at this level. Also, the special information system of Center for Monitoring and Control have been invented. Another instructions, only 7 pages, but it contains the most important thing, I feel. First of all, you need to set up a BGP session, multi-hop BGP session with a designated router of this CMC information system and just send you BGP full view to them. Currently, you have not to accept any roles from this BGP session. Also, you have to configure a simple network management protocol, second version preferred, and allow to scan your router in this way. And you need to set up a NetFlow feed from your router. Instruction specially said that you have to set up this on your border routers, not road collectors. And how you have configured it, your IP addresses, your community, your ports need to be filled into an Excel file and sent to Center for Management and Monitoring, for monitoring and control. Also, not only number resources is affected by sovereign internet. National domain name have been introduced, and Center for Monitoring and Control have issued an instruction of configuring such sovereign domain name system. Instruction is really short, it contains only 5 pages, but it's enough to give an examples of configuration files for different domain name server, where to get root zone, how to store it, or if you do not have fully working recursive resolver, you may configure forwarders or even provide your customers with DHCP with recursive domain names, system servers. So I hope some of you already have typed who is on address from this slide to see who's operating a national domain name server. And actually, one of versions of these instructions have been included with the page of approval signatures. And we can see that it's approved by the chief of DNS projects of joint stock company MSKIX. So this national domain name system is operated by Moscow Internet Exchange. As far as the previous slides, the BGP session have to be set to the IP address of the company owning MSKIX. How to enforce this? In a time span of 2 years after introduction of this law, additional articles to Administrative Offences Code have been added. You see among these 5 articles, 2 articles are already working. So if you have not provided reports for Center for Controlling and Monitors, and we already see court cases, you can be fined for about €500. And lately, a few months ago, we see some cases for non-usage of national DNS service. If first cases of non-usage of national domain name system included just requirement of use this national domain system together with normal domain name system, but late cases are showing that Roskomnadzor and Center for Monitoring and Control requires exclusive usage of this. So don't use domain name resolution other than provided by national domain system. Also, these articles was firstly invented, I think, at the beginning of previous year. But since that, they have at least 2 patches, 2 times have been patched, and regulatory scope and terms have been loosed. So it's no longer owner of the number of autonomous system owner, but very, very accurate set of network equipment with unique identifiers. So in Administrative Offences Code, it's already can be interpreted not as just IS number, but as IP address, IP prefix, or even domain name. But instructions and are written not for all possible sovereign internet means. For example, still no instructions for acceptance of routing commands in case of emergency. No traces of validation of reported data have been seen, because I know that many operators just sending not complete data, but just to avoid penalty by administrative code, they send some information. Internet disconnection training have to be organized 4 times a year, but the schedule for 2021 have not been published, and during November the schedule for next year have to be published, is still not done. Also, interconnection for properly reported operators and especially internet exchanges is not being enforced. Among sovereignization laws, so-called lending law have been introduced when the foreign IT companies have to organize local office with local representative. And the latest news that holders of autonomous system number have also stored all internet traffic for up to 3 years, so they included into your via package subjects. Also, a very strange coincidence appears this spring. External Relations Officer from RIPE NCC, External Relations Officer Technical Advisor, have been declared undesirable in Russia and expelled. So now we lack technical advisor from RIPE NCC in this region. And I would like to raise question, and I'll direct it to NCC Services Working Group, because Managing Director in June said that there is investigation of this case, and this officer has been suspended. But last week I think that the investigation is still ongoing. So what have to investigate, how to replace, it's still a question. Why I'm telling you about all this? Because for community, I think it could raise a lot of concerns. You see that actual organizations like replacement of root zone files or collection of data of possible acceptance of routing commands have done on really lowest level documents. So public, general public, human rights protectors, and other communities cannot see what's going on really. And from other hand, when these legislations have been introduced and all these decrees and orders have been introduced, the technical community, technical guys, engineers, they don't like to read government decrees about distribution of power between Roskomnadzor and Ministry of Communication. So they do not raise concerns at that stage. And as you've seen on slide on configuration of on example of configuration of domain name service, there is no longer one word, one internet from ICANN. So no more ICANN required, only sovereign internet. Standards and traditions are broken with not with this configuration files, not with not only with reporting of resources, but also with middle boxes like technical means of countering threats. This Russian regulation is done on very accurate and European way, so that's very accurate, and it could be bad regulatory examples. So I think you may have some questions, but if you have no questions, I have questions to you. Thank you. So questions, welcome.
Hello. Hello. Yes, there are currently two questions. The first is from Marco Ditri, the C-Web. He asked, do Russian IP carriers have to export net flow data also from the parts of the network located in other countries?
There is nothing special written on this, but I think that regulator might have this in mind. So we still have no court cases on this, but we just see instructions and some operators forced to do this. I'm not sure they already get to international carriers who works in Russia, for example, Telia Sonera International Carrier or Tata Communications. They have points of presence in Russia, and it would be interesting to listen to them how they comply to this legislation.
Okay. Also, Blake Willis of Fanzayo is asking if
international carriers leaving the Russian market do these requirements. I have not seen yet because this instruction just published, and this court cases just came in our attention. What we see is that most of these court cases are against educational institutions or small enterprises who are using BGP routing and holding autonomous system number. So no huge companies are yet affected by this.
Okay, good. Also,
okay.
Yes.
Sergei Sagedov, is mirroring the RIPE database not enough for regulator? Do you have any info whether they want to manage the IP space using their registry? Well, I have bad feeling on this because usually the Russian internet and many other legislations are written in a form. Please register, just notice your existence, provide us with information. And lately, the participants of such registry are getting additional requirements. So like all holders of autonomous system number must implement SORM and must implement Yarovaya. So they may like to use something like this.
Okay. And now this question from Basilis, the Magma Guide. Do VPNs that are not blocking resource blocks in Russia?
Some of them. They have to be blocked. So it's legal requirement for regulator to block VPN providers that are not blocking Russian illegal in Russia resources. But actually, if VPN is in the registry held by a regulator, it's not being blocked.
Okay, good.
Any penalties for non-compliance? Fine, jail, block, and
yes,
death.
Yes, no problem. But
Not,
read the name and the affiliation.
Okay, Dmitry Khakmanyuk is OSCCTLD. So jail, gulag, and death not yet. Fines for non-compliance is about 500 euros, and a fine for non-compliance for cooperation with law enforcement for holders of autonomous system numbers. So the operators and the previous regulatory subjects are mentioned in another articles of the code. So non-compliance with law enforcement agencies requirements, not $500, but something like $500,000. So.
Okay, and Tristan Bruns from LVL.com is asking if are there net flow export obligation for exchange points also?
We can say this because, for example, the MSKIX also should be compliant with Revaya package, so they have to store all traffic or internet traffic for 3 months. But lately reported that they reached 5 terabits per second peak, and actually when they asked, when catched on public, because none of them on this conference, when they're being asked how do you comply to this regulation, you have to store your 5 terabits peak traffic, they just smile, shrug, and say something you understand. So, but regulation says that if you hold autonomous system number and you have networking equipment, you have to do this. In general, saying that in Russia we are being still exist and can live because of corruption and incompetence of officials. But you see sometimes professionals from networking work help officials control other professionals.
Okay, and now we have a question from Basilis Magnagait, another question. How do they block VPNs in Russia nowadays? IP port blocking, DPI, something else?
With sovereign internet legislation, so-called, I have not paid much attention in these presentations, so-called technical means for countering threats have been introduced. It's DPI boxes installed on a state account for the first of time of these regulations, maximally close to end user. So they said that they are already placed at mobile operators much closer to base stations and filtering traffic, and also on some traditional landline operators they installed. They are completely controlled by subsidiary of regulator, and actually we don't know what do they do. So technical means for countering threats. Actually, we know that are DPI boxes produced by the RDP company.
Okay, I think there are not more questions. Also, we are running out of time. I don't know if you want to say some final words or.
Yeah, actually, if there will be no question, I have questions to you all. And the most interesting and important for this community question, that RIPE NCC is a root server operator who have networking equipment and autonomous system number and have root server instances in Russia. And it's really, really interesting how you will work. Also the questions for content provider, cache and CDNs, IXPs, AMX, NetNode, DECIX. How are you going to work with Russian operators who have to work only with registered IGS? And also it's interesting for me, do you have repressive regulation in your country? Okay, thank you. And I see the representative of RIPE NCC seems wants to answer my question. But okay, I'm not expect answer just now. Please think, ask your lawyers, because lawyers usually don't see this lowest level regulation. As we see, I've seen report from ICANN, which does not see even the second or third level of regulation. Also, I've seen presentations from RIPE NCC last week, and notice this lower level regulations. So you're welcome to ask questions. I can provide you with all documents you require. But think, what will you do in future?
If I may, thank you, Alexander. Very interesting presentation, and I think it's very useful for us generally, RIPE community, to see what's happening in parts of region. And I know it's not always easy, especially if you live or interact a lot with the country in question. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it. As a root server operator, RIPE NCC, we basically do one thing, which is providing IANA assigned root zone, correct? So, and we only do that, and we'll always do that. If there is any regulation or anything that prevents us from doing that, any request that asks for additional data on how we do that more than what we generally disclose as being an operator, or request any changes to that, we would stop operating that instance, correct? And the thing is, root zone is signed, so basically we cannot make any changes to it. But of course, that's only being a root server operator. And in that sense, if any request is pushed on us to make changes or provide additional data as other than what's documented and we openly provide, then we won't serve in that location. This is different from what community might want from RIPE NCC to do, but that, I guess, as you said, we should discuss it as a community, possibly in the cooperation working group or other ones. So thank you very much, and hope that clarifies that part of the question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we have next talk is from, I think I'll shine right to him. Clement Smosig, are you there? Okay, let me. Yes, you are here. Okay, he's going to. Hi, Clemens. Clemens is going to speak about a lightning talk called Revisiting Recommend BGP Road Flat Dampening Configurations.
Okay, should see everything now, and you should hear me.
Yes, but the volume is a little low. You can speak higher, will be nice.
Okay, I'll try. Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present, and welcome to my talk about BGP route flap damping configurations. I'm Clemens, and this is joint work between HW Hamburg, University of Strasbourg, IIT Research, Freie University Berlin, and ARCUS. This talk is about BGP route flap damping. It is a mechanism implemented in routers that suppresses IP prefixes if too many BGP updates for the prefix are received. Last year at RIPE 80, I presented our measurements where we found that route flap damping is most of the time configured with harmful parameters. These harmful configurations are most of the time simply vendor default configurations. Last year, I referenced the recommendations by the IETF and RIPE and said use their values instead. But I didn't question if these values were okay to use. So today I'm here to talk about these recommendations and how they are still valid, even though they are based on a study from 10 years back, when, at least according to simple measurements, there was much less internet churn. Also, the study which these route flap recommendations are based on is 10 years old, considers only IPv4, considered only one router vendor, but there are two relevant implementations, and the set of vantage points from which churn was analyzed is not necessarily representative. So back then I thought, well, the recommendations can't be correct, right? We need to reinvestigate what configuration parameters to recommend. So we reproduced and extended these old measurements. We consider IPv4 and IPv6. We consider both relevant route flap damping vendor implementations, and we try to select a very heterogeneous and representative set of vantage points, which consists of 5 handpicked tier 1 providers and 20 ASs selected at random. So I'd like to show you this plot, where you can see how BGP updates are distributed across prefixes. On the x-axis, you can see all routed prefixes sorted by how many updates they are exported for them on average to route collectors. On the y-axis, attention log scale, this represents the number of updates for a given prefix. And yes, you see that correctly, most of the updates are caused by a tiny fraction of prefixes. So if we want to suppress prefixes to reduce BGP update churn, and subsequently CPU load on routers and load on the general routing system, then it doesn't really make sense to suppress all these other prefixes. So let's discuss how we can configure route flap damping to suppress only the correct prefixes. A given router maintains a penalty for each prefix and peer. This penalty is increased with each incoming routing update, and the penalty decreases exponentially based on a given half-life. Once it reaches a so-called suppressed threshold, the prefix is suppressed and considered too noisy. If the penalty later reaches the reuse limit again, the prefix is considered usable again. Adjusting this suppressed threshold is the major knob to fine-tune route flap damping. We analyzed how long prefixes are suppressed depending on their BGP update rate. The above plot shows on the x-axis all prefixes sorted, again like in the previous plot, by the number of updates we collected for them. So we have got quiet prefixes to the left and prefixes with the most updates to the right. The y-axis depicts different suppressed thresholds. So if a prefix has been suppressed by at least one vantage point at a given suppressed threshold, we put a marker there. And we color this marker depending on how long it has been suppressed in our measurement period, which lasted 7 days. 2000 is the vendor default suppressed threshold. And you can see that even the quietest of prefixes to the left get suppressed by some router on the internet.
And we appear to have lost Clement.
Yes.
Which somebody says may have been some prefix being damped somewhere on the internet. Okay, let's just see if he's saying anything where we are elsewhere.
Yes.
We might just move on to the other talk and come back when Clement reappears. This is the wonder of doing this kind of thing live. Ah, here we are. Excellent. You are back.
I've been talking for 5 minutes.
Oh no, we only lost about maybe a minute. The last thing we heard was very quiet prefixes being lost, being dampened. So that's where you were, I think, at that point in time. Around, I'm going to say slide 28.
28. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry for that.
No, these things happen. Please go ahead.
Okay. So the y-axis depicts different suppressed thresholds. And if a prefix has been suppressed by at least one vantage point at a given suppressed threshold, we put a marker there. And we color this marker depending on how long it has been suppressed in our measurement period, which lasted 7 days. 2000 is the vendor default suppressed threshold, and you can see that even the quietest of prefixes to the left gets suppressed by some router on the internet. This is an issue, and these vendor default configurations should never be used. If we look at 6000 and above, this is not the case, but prefixes in the top 3% are still suppressed. If we select a threshold that is too high, then also a lot of the top 3% are not suppressed, and this is not what we want. Luckily, the current recommendations always suggest a suppressed threshold in that range. So do we need new route flap damping configuration recommendations? No. Exponential penalty decay takes care of increased churn load in IPv6 and across time. The difference between vendors is also negligible and does not require separate configuration recommendations. Here you can see the default configuration parameters for Cisco and Juniper, which are harmful, as well as the current recommendations for route flap damping, which you should use in green. Thank you very much for listening, and if you would like to know more about this research, you can check our website, our paper, or the summary in the RIPE article.
Okay, Thank you very much. And I think that the joke we were making during the brief time you were gone was that clearly somebody had overly aggressively damped your prefix, and that's why.
Probably.
So, do we have any questions, folks? I don't see any at the moment, or are we all just, yay, we'll make sure we're using the recommendations and proceed on? And thank you for coming along. And obviously the slides are all up there now, so you can look at that very clear summary slide with the recommendations. So seeing no questions, thank you very much for you and the group's work on this. Oh, wait, Andy has suddenly appeared. No, Andy, sorry, Andy, didn't. No, it's Emil. That's all good. Sorry, slight difference at names. Cool, listen, thank you very much. So we will move on to the last presentation in this section then, which is Emil Eben from the RIPE NCC, talking about mapping networks with RIPE Atlas. Please take it away.
Yes, and I assume you can hear me, otherwise you will wave violently. Okay, so this is a joint work between me, my colleagues and ex-colleagues, Augustine Formoso and Jasper den Hartog. This is about what we call min-RTT, work in progress, measuring latency into networks as seen from RIPE Atlas. So the problem we're actually trying to address here is geolocation information about networks being spotty. Well, we have IP geolocation, MaxMind, and we have IP map, which we developed for infrastructure IP addresses. There's RAR stats files where you typically get, like, for a given autonomous system, you get the country where the headquarters of a network are. PeeringDB has interesting information about where people want to peer, but not everybody is in PeeringDB. So, what can we do to improve here? And of course, I work at the RIPE NCC, so I love using RIPE Atlas. So how can we actually use RIPE Atlas to augment our understanding with such a widely deployed platform? So what we, the idea that we actually had is that because we have Atlas probes and we have latencies, and Atlas probes have a geolog, and latencies say something about how close a network is to the origin of measurements. You can actually figure out what's the minimum latency into a network from a particular location. So, and we call the networks that we look at origins, because I wanted to have a name for both prefixes that are originated by ASs and also for IXP peering lens, because they're also fascinating. So if you take for a given day, for each probe origin combination, and these origins contain multiple IPs, of course, if you take the minimum RTT from that, you will have an estimate of where something is deployed. If you have a probe in Amsterdam that has like 1 milliseconds latency in some trace route somewhere in the whole of RIPE Atlas, that probably means that that resource is also in Amsterdam. And yeah, for IXPs, we used a little naming convention that we use, IX dash and then PeeringDB ID. So I'll show a couple of visualizations after this, where if you want to use them, you have to know that convention. So what does this look like? So you have on the left side, there's a trace route, and we have like 180 million a day from them. And if you put that on BigQuery in the Google Cloud, where we have it, it's like 3.4 gigs per day. It's complex data, lots of structure, and we make that into something very simple. Like it's a data set of these tuples that I talked about. So the probe ID, the origin, the address family for a given day gives a minimum RTT. And it's 4.8 million tuples, and it's very simple data. So you can do all kinds of interesting things, and I'll show 2 of these things that you can do with it. All these probes have a geolocation, so we can just put this type of stuff on a map. So if you, and this is this URL has live data behind it. So you can fill in any autonomous system or IX in there and figure out what it looks like from RIPE Atlas in terms of latency. So here's a trivial example, the RIPE NCC network. We are in Amsterdam, and you basically see everything going out from Amsterdam has increased latency. This is not very spectacular, but where I think it becomes interesting is if you, for instance, look at distributed IXPs. So an IXP that is in multiple locations, you can actually see low latency in the Netherlands and in Bulgaria here, and some of the places in between not, which I find very fascinating to look at. You can look at tier ones. I chose Telia, but it could be any other one where you can see they have like very low latency, pretty much all of the northern hemisphere, and it's a bit more spotty in the southern hemisphere. Or you can have like networks with very specific latency profiles. This is Angola cables, which is fascinating because they have a cable between Angola and Brazil, and you can actually see there's very low latencies there because they probably also have like their network deployed in Brazil here. So this is the one of the things you can do with it. And well, we have data for a couple of weeks now, every day on IPv4, on IPv6, and for all the origins that we can find in RIPE Atlas, in all the measurements that we take. The next thing that you can do, that was basically looking at the networks. You can also look at the probes. So if you take an individual probe, you can actually use this data set to figure out what the neighborhood of that probe looks like. So what is actually going on in that neighborhood in as far as we can see it with RIPE Atlas. And I picked a random probe, and this is a probe in Denmark, where you can actually see a couple of interesting things, I think. So the latencies here are ordered low to high. And what you then actually see is you see some plateaus here. And these are points of interconnect. So if there's a rich interconnect environment, and in this case, it's 4 milliseconds away from this particular probe, you'll see a plateau. And in this case, you can recognize a couple of IXs. There's NetNode Copenhagen Green, NetNode Copenhagen Blue. There is NLIX, which also is in Copenhagen. So this is interconnect in Copenhagen. And then you can see it goes up a little, and then you have another plateau, and that's interconnect. In this case, I think it's Frankfurt. And this also becomes interesting if you have like isolated areas, islands. For instance, here, Iceland, there's interconnects you can see here on the island. And then you see a huge gap, 35 milliseconds. And then there is interconnects in the UK and in the European mainland. Which, yeah, I find this fascinating. And again, if I move back, there's a URL here. Put in a probe ID into this, the visualization that you have there, and you can see what it looks like for the probes that you own or other probes that you can find in the RIPE Atlas network. Of course, I'm a researcher. So there's a lot of caveats that I want to mention here. This is not all sunshine and a great data set yet. We are limited here by where RIPE Atlas is deployed, so we cannot measure where we don't have vantage points. And if these probes are wrongly geolocated, we also have a problem. And we're actually trying to fix that by doing latency measurements between probes and figuring out which ones don't make sense. We're limited by where RIPE Atlas measures to. So if something close to a probe is not measured to, it won't show up in these measurements. But you could fix that by doing more measurements. This is limited by ICMP blocking. So a network that doesn't want to be seen cannot be seen this way. And the last one is particularly nasty. That is what I call RTT lies. Yeah, some probes have devices close to them, middle boxes things that respond with low latency with fake source addresses. So if you ping or trace through these devices to a destination, the device sometimes responds with the IP address of the thing that you ping to or trace to. Yeah, that pollutes this data set, of course, because anything you measure through will have low latency. But we are trying to ideas to flag these probes and figure out, and that's also well, good for RIPE Atlas in general to know of these types of effects, of course. Well, I hope that was interesting. I have a lot of ideas for future work, but what I actually want to know from people here is where to take this. What else do you see for this? And I hope to have a chat with people in spatial chat or otherwise. Some of the things, and I have a little bit of time left, so I can go through some of this. We could use this to select probes close to IXPs. So for instance, if you want to measure, there's a problem around INEX, shouldn't happen, but say it would, you could select all the probes that are within 1 millisecond of INEX and figure out things from to help debug that. What you can also do this way is figure out which IXPs we actually have sufficient coverage over and which not. And if you just take 2 milliseconds as a bar of like you want to have probes within 2 milliseconds, we have 44% of IXPs covered currently. So we could actually do better there. We could do minimum RTTs from countries. So our networks deployed in particular countries, are content networks in particular countries or not? You can compare IPv4 and IPv6, and of course your idea here. This is made on top of a platform called Observable HQ for the visualizations, and this is actually JavaScript code that runs like a Python notebook. So everybody, and the nice thing there is people can fork and play with the code, merge it back, all these nice things. And I see my timer goes into orange. So that's the end of my talk. I hope it was interesting, and if there's questions, I'd be happy to hear them.
Yep, thank you very much, Emil. And apologies for the confusion earlier. I'm blaming the NCC wormhole at the time, which is apparently what we've now decided is happening. Yes, so question from Eric Weiss in A2B Internet. Is it possible to see if you could plot Tor hosted stuff and see if you can guess where certain devices are located?
Plot Tor hosted stuff. Well, then I do this for ASs. Yeah, anything that you can group, but I don't see an immediate applicability for this for Tor hosted stuff. We group IPs by ASN or by IX ID, and I don't think you could do that for anything related to Tor, and as far as I understand Tor, but maybe you know more than I there, and maybe there's a trick so we could do it.
Okay. And the other question from Vasilis from Magma Guide: do you know any ISPs that consistently report RTT lies?
I wish I would have that list, and then I could filter them out. What I see is that these lies typically happen at hop 1 or 2. So maybe it's CPE or the thing beyond the CPE. Maybe there's like the Great Firewall of China, that type of thing, intercept boxes where that's where we see that. But I don't have a list of particular ISPs that consistently have this. No.
Okay. So somebody is Christian Bretterhofer from AS206228 is seeing a runtime error, network error when attempting to fetch the resource.
That's well, that should happen. It's a prototype, but I'd be happy, Christian, if you go over to spatial chat, we can look what the exact problem is.
Let's not live troubleshoot during the.
Yeah, probably not. Nope.
Cool. I'm not seeing any other questions. So thank you. Very interesting, the ongoing search to get more accuracy on where things are on the internet. So thank you very much, Emil.
Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you to all of our speakers in this session. That's the end of the presentations we have. Thank you to those who interacted and those who are watching. So we now have a half-hour break. You get an extra 5 minutes because myself and Fernando are so nice to you. And I will just remind people, please, again, rate these talks, and they're all up there, and the slides are all up online as well, and the videos will be soon. And please do consider nominating yourself or a consenting friend to the PC, so you too can get the opportunity to be on even more video calls over the next while. So thank you very much and have a good coffee break.
Good afternoon, guys. I will do a little stretching with you. My name is Sanja Dol. I'm a senior yoga teacher based in the Netherlands. And I want to just offer you 5 minutes of a little stretching. So I want to ask you to come and join me to stand. So I will meet you. So come to stand with me, have your feet about, hip width apart, and just let the hands relax here for a moment. And then start to make some circles with the shoulders. So bring your circles. And then moving into the other direction. Yes. Let's do one more. And release. Now shake the hands a little bit. Shake the hands and shake the legs. Just shake the hands, shake the legs. And then come to stillness. Just for a moment to stillness. So I will be guiding you in 4 sessions this week. I want to offer them 2 standing and 2 on a chair. So we can always do stretches. So that's the beauty of it. So today will be standing and tomorrow will be seated, standing and seated. So for now, you can have a little bend with the knees. And we're just going to reach the arms all the way up towards the sky. And then slowly lower the arms back down. Let's do a few more. Bring the arms all the way up, look up. And then bring them back down. Bringing them all the way up and down. Let's do 4 more. Bring them up and down. 2 more. Bring them up and down. Last one. Bring them up. Now keep your arms up. Keep them up. Now with your right hand, have hold of your left wrist and have a little side stretch over towards the right. So the right hand has hold of the left wrist and we're stretching a little bit over towards the right. You can stay exactly as you are, or your left leg will come behind you like a little curtsy here. So a little bend in both knees. Just gives a little extra to the stretch. Let's stay here for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's come back. Release your hands. Second side. Bring the arms up, all the way up. Left hand has hold of the right wrist and make your side stretch over towards the left. Breathe. Same option. You can stay exactly as you are, or my right leg will come behind like a little curtsy here. So I'm bending into both knees. Staying here for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bueno. Let's come back. Release the hands. Shake them out. Maybe again, make a circle with the shoulder. And then from here, just have one hand in front of you and find the hook with the other hand and just bring it over to you. Just a little stretch also for the shoulder. And then release. So we're going to change. So the other hand in front of you, you're going to hook it to the other side. Yes. And release. Now from here, you're going to bring your hands behind you. You're going to interlace the fingers here. Stay, breathe, and really bring the arms as back as you can. And then you're just going to bring your right ear towards your right shoulder. Lean the skull a little bit back. Soften the face. Have a little smile on your face. Keep the arms exactly as they are. Lift the head back. Bring the left ear towards the left shoulder. Lean the skull a little bit back. And bring the head back. Release the hands. Shake them out. Shake the legs. And then interlace your fingers. Press the hands away and just round a little bit into the upper back. This is our last one. So chin a little bit to the chest. And slowly let's come back. So wonderful, guys. I will see you again tomorrow. We'll do the session on HR. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And now we are starting our last plenary session for today. I will be chairing it with Wolfgang Tremel. And there will be 3 reports, 1 30-minute slot and 2 lightings. Now, a few words about our first talk. We're all familiar with internet exchange points, and the first report will be about exchange, though not internet exchange, but IP exchange. And it's not also about purchasing or leasing address space. Please meet Andrea Luto from Telefonica with her report about IPX operations. Andrea, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Can everyone see me? Can everyone see the slides? Just an ACK, that would be great. Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Yeah, so thank you so much for the introduction, Wolfgang, Alexander. It's great to be here. Thanks everyone for joining us today to hear about some insights that we wanted to share from operating an IP exchange provider. So my name is Andrea, I'm part of Telefonica Research, and the work that I'm talking about today is actually joint work with my colleague Diego Perino from Telefonica Research, Marcelo Bañulo from University Carlos III of Madrid, and Fabian Bustamante from Northwestern University. So in this talk, you'll not hear a lot about IXPs, but you will hear a lot about roaming and mobile roaming, and how mobile operators essentially enable this function through the deployment of the so-called IP exchange model. So roaming, as you all, I'm sure, very well know, is one of the basic functions of cellular service, allowing a user to connect to any other network in the world with the same device and the same mobile subscription from their home. So this function is actually highly important to enable this continuous service both nationally and internationally for users traveling abroad. So with roaming, people and all their devices can actually remain connected anywhere they go. And roaming has been receiving some attention in the past 5 years, with people traveling much more globally, at least prior to the pandemic, and regulations actually trying to lower the cost of roaming. So for example, we saw in the past years, European roam like at home regulation that made it possible for people to access cellular service at the same rate in any country in the European Union as in their home country. And now what we actually learned is that not only people and their devices roam, but it's also the Internet of Things that actually draws much benefit from exploiting roaming and the infrastructure that is mostly meant for people. So IoT verticals actually require cellular connectivity, and they leverage roaming to ease their operations essentially. So what we see is that they actually purchase their connectivity services from one cellular connectivity provider and deploy their devices basically anywhere in the world through the use of mobile roaming. So this means that essentially a smart vehicle in Spain might actually be connected via a SIM card provided by a cellular operator from, let's say, Germany. And this is true not only for things that actually need to move, but also things that don't really need to move, like, for example, smart meters. But they still require a cellular connection in order to connect to their application server. So cellular IoT is now the fastest growing mobile device category, even more than smartphones. So there are going to be more things connected than people connected. And lately we have heard a lot of talk of the so-called global SIM, which enables essentially IoT devices to connect anywhere in the world, all while using one single provider that knows actually how to leverage the roaming function of the cellular ecosystem. So this all brings me to say that despite all this growing importance of the roaming function, actually little effort has gone, or at least from according to our knowledge and what we have been aware, into research around this ecosystem. So this brings me to what we will actually discuss today. So what makes roaming possible? And the goal today is to shed some light onto this IP exchange model and actually onto the ecosystem that different stakeholders build around it. So we take the view from one particular IPX provider, not IPX provider, that operates a worldwide roaming platform. And we will look into signaling traffic patterns, as well as performance and the performance of the platform that actually enables the tunneling of the data across the world. And finally, we will dissect a small sample of data roaming traffic to give insights into the service performance of this platform. So the IP exchange is essentially a private world. It's a walled garden. It's a private platform that telco carriers, which we will also call today IPX provider, IPXPs, operate in order to allow their customers, such as mobile network operators or content providers, to operate worldwide. Currently, we are aware of about 30 different IPX providers overall. We know that they all peer together in a full mesh to build the so-called IPX network. And this network of this approximately 30 entities enables any of their customers to gain global coverage for their end users. That's essentially interconnecting, more than 800 mobile network operators worldwide. So it's worth mentioning that this IPX network, as I said, it's an isolated network, bypasses the public internet, so it's very hard to actually measure and observe with end-to-end measurements. So here what we are trying to do is present a first detailed analysis of operations or of how operations look like in one such IPX provider. So to understand more about what this means and what services an IPX provider actually offers and what's their performance, we actually take a look at a specific IPX provider. And of course, the insights I will bring today come from the point of view of a global telco that actually operates a Tier 1 IP network with a global footprint, massive network, loads of coverage, submarine capacity, submarine fiber optic cables. And this network actually supports what we were saying before, this IP exchange platform and all the services that it offers. So the IP exchange platform, this particular carrier operates, has strategic deployments mostly in two major regions, namely Europe and the Americas. And I'm just going to show you today here a high-level picture of how two roaming partners interconnect to allow their devices to connect. So the services we analyze that the IPX provider actually gives are the diameter signaling, which essentially allows 4G devices to connect anywhere in the world, SCCP signaling, which essentially supports 2G and 3G devices, data roaming, which is the act of actually connecting while roaming, and the machine-to-machine platform, which supports essentially IoT devices. So I show here this very simplified scheme of the two interconnected parties, the visited network and the home network, together interconnecting via the IPX provider. And all these functions that the IPX provider basically enables for the connectivity of the end user devices. So mobile devices such as smartphones or IoT devices, which can vary from connected cars to smart meters, fleet tracking solutions, so on, connect to radio networks of different visited networks across the world. And in order to enable this, the IPX provider supports the SCCP signaling and the diameter signaling functions. So this allows essentially different core network functions within the 2G and 3G core, respectively the 4G core of the two roaming partners, to exchange messages, to talk to each other, such that they are allowed to authenticate the roaming user and enable data roaming and other services in the visited network. So the signaling service is basically one of the fundamental services that the IPX provider offers, essentially fulfilling this function of allowing an end device to connect into a visited network. Now, once the user is authenticated and can connect to the local visited network, the IPX provider actually enables the data roaming function. So this function allows the end user device to connect to to actually establish a data connection, usually using the GPRS tunneling protocol, GTP, which is which the IPX provides by creating actually this tunnel for the data communications. Now, the data roaming service is actually active both for people and their smartphone devices, but as well as I was saying before, for IoT devices. And because we have this mixture within the same ecosystem, that's why a separate service was born, which is the so-called M2M platform, which essentially means a dedicated bunch of resources that the IPX provider basically has for the machine-to-machine communications for IoT devices. So in order to give our insights, what we do is basically sample all these interfaces of the IPX provider, and we build a vast, massive data set with all these four types of services that I just mentioned before. So now that we have our data set that captures these four major services, our goal is to further analyze it and understand some of the traffic patterns as well as performance of the whole platform. So first, we start by looking at the SCCP and diameter signaling traffic patterns. So the data I'm showing here, what we captured initially was data in December 2019. So in both of the plots I'm showing here, we basically captured the time series over 2 weeks, both for diameter and SCCP dialogues. And from the SCCP dialogues, we essentially look at the map dialogues, the mobile application part. And in the upper right-hand side plot, we see that map signaling accounts for a much higher volume of traffic than diameter signaling in terms of just total number of messages that these devices trigger within our sample. And again, this is expected because actually what we know is that the number of devices that actually are in roaming worldwide and depend on 2G and 3G technology is actually much higher than the ones that depend on 4G and LTE device and on LTE technology. So we further see that on average per device, we also observe a larger volume of map messages than diameter. So this is noticeable by visually comparing in the lower right-hand side plot, the red shaded area corresponding to map messages to the green shaded area, which corresponds to the diameter messages. So we are representing, again, average number of dialogue messages per device per hour over the same 2-week period that I previously mentioned. So we conjecture that this difference can be due either to the application that these mobile devices actually serve. So for example, think about comparing a connected car traversing a low coverage area with a smart meter. So, or it can be due to the actual implementation of the protocols, which can be slightly different between diameter and MAP. Now, this analysis, just let me go back. Sorry. Now, the analysis of this signaling data set also allows us to observe where these different devices actually operate in terms of geolocation. So this enables us to build international mobility matrices. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna plug my computer. Apologies. So yeah, we can build these international mobility matrices showing the movement of devices from home countries to different visited countries. So we show here 2 such mobility matrices, one corresponding to December 2019 and another one corresponding to July 2020. So in both matrices, in the x-axis, we have the home country, and on the y-axis, we actually have the visited country. And the values on the columns add up to 100%. So we observe here that there are 2 major visited international hubs, the lines that are highlighted on horizontal, one in the UK and the other one in the US. And this only makes sense because, again, this platform operates on top of an international transit network that the telco carrier actually operates. And essentially this network is deployed around these 2 geographies, Europe and the Americas. Now, this type of mobility matrices not only allow us to capture these operational artifacts, but also the impact of socioeconomic factors of the international mobility of people. So specifically, we can capture the impact of the Venezuela-Colombia migration crisis, which is the point that we are showing on the vertical. So now we can continue the analysis of the traffic patterns and actually look at the GTP control plane. So for the data roaming activity analysis, again, we capture here only IoT devices. Specifically, we look now at the GPRS tunneling protocol that is used by mobile devices to request data communications from the IPXP. So again, we look only at the control plane. Essentially, this means that we don't look at the data flowing through the tunnels, but we look at the requests that the end user devices make in order to establish communication. So specifically, we focus on one IoT customer, which uses SIM cards from one mobile operator in Spain. So overall, we capture a sample of about 2 million devices operating worldwide in July 2020. So in the upper part matrix, in the line in red, we can see the breakdown of devices triggering data communication per visited country. So we know that the majority of devices operate, in this case, in the UK, Mexico, Peru, Germany, or the US. Again, confirming what we just saw before regarding the operational footprint of this particular IPXP, which essentially depends on the underlying network that the carrier operates, essentially in Europe and the Americas. So we now look at the hourly time series of the number of active devices per visited country. So we see how this evolves in time. You have time on the x-axis, on the y-axis you have the number of devices. So we note a clear daily pattern emerging, but also weekend, weekday pattern. So the grayed out area actually corresponds to the weekend. Also, an interesting note is that, for example, devices in Germany, which is the green line on the bottom part, are slightly irregular, which is due to the fact that these are devices that have actually higher mobility than the rest, than the devices in the rest of the other countries. And finally, what we look at are some IPXP performance metrics from analyzing the actual data that is flowing through the GTP tunnels, which actually are created in order to enable the data roaming service we mentioned. So specifically, we look here at the GTP user plane traffic, which allows us to measure the round trip time both in the uplink and the downlink direction. So the uplink direction allows us to capture basically the impact of the packet gateway in the home network, and also the latency over the internet path towards the application server, depending on the application of the device. And the downlink direction allows us to capture the impact of the serving gateway, so basically in the visited network, and also the impact of the radio access network. So for both metrics, what we actually do, we break down the devices per visited country, and we show the time series of the average RTT milliseconds per device per hour over a 2-week period in July 2020. So again, all devices here are IoT devices, which we essentially use as sensors in this case to measure, to capture the performance of the IPX platform. So we note that, again, daily patterns emerge, as well as weekend, weekday, for specific visited locations in the US in this case. So this is the red line here on both of these graphs. And I would like to highlight in particular here the devices in the UK, which present a very interesting synchronized behavior, which we actually looked at in detail. And this essentially are smart meters with a pre-programmed behavior. And we actually conjecture that this pre-programmed behavior, the synchronized behavior, explains the periodic peaks that we observe both in RTT and in RTT in uplink and in downlink. So again, UK here is the blue line, and the peaks that you observe here are a signal of this synchronization. So with this, I would like to actually conclude our short dive into this hidden world of the IPX ecosystem. And actually for more results and analysis on this data set, I do encourage you to take a look at some of the work we published. So before I let go, I actually wanted to explain why we wanted to bring this content here, and which are the open questions that we're basically looking to answer. And we'd love to hear from the audience here and from the community. So we believe our work does open the door, or does open the door to our community at least, for an entire area of research around this IPX ecosystem and its operations. So specifically, one challenge we think needs addressing or discussion is how we could actually learn from the peering fabric of the internet and the success that this peering fabric has had. How could we learn, and how could we transpose all these lessons into the cellular ecosystem? And moreover, as we are now deploying 5G networks worldwide, we are still in the phase of defining how roaming would look like in 5G and in next generation networks. And we believe that it's essential that we answer this question with a very clear vision that actually improves upon the prior research approaches that we have seen in LTE or in 3G. And again, as more devices leverage roaming, and we have seen that this is the case for IoT, we believe that it's of critical importance to build an ecosystem that ensures security and privacy. And again, this is an opaque network that does come with this promise. However, there are many talks out there, and there are many points to show that there are still many weaknesses that attackers can exploit within this ecosystem. So we believe that anomaly detection and network intelligent approaches can actually help better operate this ecosystem and help take this ecosystem in the direction of security and privacy. So with this, I'm very keen to open the conversation with everybody here. I thank you again for your attention, and especially I thank you for allowing me to take up so much of your time. I hope that we have been able to stir your interest, and I hope that you will join us in working towards answering some of these challenges that I highlight here. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Andra. Well, you can leave your video on for questions, but at the moment I don't see any. Oh, there is a question. The question is from Daniel Karenberg from the RIPE NCC. About the synchronized behavior of clients, was this synchronized to wall clock, UTC, and in which way exactly? For example, second 0 of the top of an hour. So,
okay, thank you so much for the question. So they were actually synchronized to request a data connection around midnight every day. So that is basically the peak that we observed there. Yeah.
Okay. Next question from Elliot Lear from Cisco Systems. The question is, smart meters and roaming is interesting. Is this an aggregation provider with some sort of agreed APN with multiple providers?
Yeah, that is correct. So we do see that this type of global providers essentially aggregate services across the world. They purchase this, or they offer this global SIM, which essentially depends on the roaming function, and they use the IPXP in order to leverage all the agreements. So like that, they don't need to just go in each country and negotiate an agreement. They can just piggyback on the IPXP's already existing agreements and essentially deploy their services worldwide. So yeah,
okay.
Does that answer the question? Yeah.
Any more questions? Remind you, you can also use your microphone or camera button and ask the question over your microphone. Okay, I do not see any more questions. So thank you again, Andra, for your presentation, and yeah, see you around. See you in special chat later on.
So yeah, thanks so much, and I'll be around. So I'm keen to discuss more with everybody here. So again, thank you so much for your time and for allowing me to tell you about our experience. So okay, bye.
All right. Okay. The next speaker is Max Franke. Max, can you make yourself visible? Max Franke is from Technical University of Berlin, and he's talking about any eyeballs and using happy eyeballs for load balancing. Max, the floor is yours. We cannot hear you, Max. So if you're talking, you have.
Sorry. Why was okay? Sorry. Now you can hear me. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sorry. So yeah, I'm going to talk about any eyeballs, which is a new way to use existing happy eyeballs implementations as a way to achieve load balancing. So just to give a quick overview, as I said, we're going to use the already existing code that is present on many clients nowadays to give more establish a way to give fine-grained load balancing control to server operators, and we especially want to enable any cast-based load balancing to give basically a second layer of load balancing beyond the usual catchment-based load balancing for them. So just to quick recap, what is happy eyeballs? It is a way to quickly fall back from IPv6 to IPv4 addresses. So you have a client trying to resolve the host name, and the host name resolves to 2 IP addresses, one IPv6, IPv4. Now you would first try the IPv6 address, and if it takes too long or you notice that it fails, you would just immediately fall back to the IPv4 address, and this will basically allow you to encourage IPv6 adoption, but the client would not get any visible delay. It's nowadays present in a lot of operating systems and most of the major browsers, Chrome, Safari, Firefox, Opera, Edge. So it's basically everywhere nowadays. And we're going to use that system to give it a different purpose other than IPv6 to IPv4 fallback and adoption. So again, back to a quick overview, the current focus, or all the focus so far with happy eyeballs, was just what is the client doing. So the client is the one in control, the client is doing all the work. And now we want to look at it from a server side. So if I'm a server operator and I know that a lot of clients on the internet nowadays have happy eyeballs, is there maybe something I can gain from that knowledge? And is there some way I can utilize all of that existing code? So the goal is to give the power of 2 choices to the servers to basically selectively reject individual requests that come to a server, because I, as a server, know the client has happy eyeballs. So if I reject a request, there's a different server that got resolved from the same host name that will then handle the request. And by doing so, I get implicit load balancing control on the server. Obviously, I have to know that there's a different server available that will be able to handle that request, which brings us to our requirements. For this to work, I have to have a global overview of my network and its current state. So I need to know all the load information of all the nodes that are in my network, all the servers, and I need to know the current state. I also obviously have to have more than one node, and otherwise you wouldn't be able to load balancing anything. And I need to have at least 2 pairs of IP addresses, so 1 pair IPv4 and IPv6, and a second pair IPv4 and IPv6. The more address pairs you have, the better the load balancing gets, because you have more choices. Sorry. But yes, for the minimum, you need 2 pairs. So let's quickly look at the principle. So what you can see here is that we have 2 nodes. The most basic case in our network, one is located in Los Angeles. It has an IPv4 address and an IPv6 address. One is located in London. It also has an IPv4 and an IPv6 address. And then we also have our load balance manager, which is located somewhere, which is, as I mentioned before, the component that has the global overview of the network. Now we get a lot of traffic from Europe, because maybe it's the morning there. And all of our traffic would flow to the IPv6 interface of the London node, because we assume that RTT to London is shorter than Los Angeles. All our clients are using happy eyeballs, so they all give a preference to IPv6 addresses. So all the traffic would end up in the IPv6 interface in London, and the Los Angeles wouldn't get any traffic. Obviously, this is maybe not exactly desired all the time, because if we want to balance load across our nodes, we want to also utilize the Los Angeles node and not have it idle all the time. So what happens now is that both nodes send their status reports to the load balance manager, which will then make a decision on what to do about this situation. So it will now instruct the London node to turn off its IPv6 interface, for example, which will lead to the happy eyeballs implementations on all the clients noticing basically that the connection to the IPv6 address on the London node is not possible anymore, and they will just fall back to alternatives. Some of them might go to the IPv6 address in Los Angeles, because even though the RTT is higher than the one to the IPv4, to the London node, happy eyeballs gives a preference to IPv6, so they would move their traffic there, while the others would go to the IPv4 address interface on the London node, as the RTT for them to Los Angeles would just be way too long. And doing so, we get some form of load balancing established without having to do anything on the clients. So just for a bit more architecture, we have the different nodes or servers with different IPs. We have one load balancing manager that has the overview of the entire network. Each node sends a status report to the load balancing manager periodically. It says 1 second, but obviously that is something that could be fine-tuned. You can see the status report packet at the bottom there. And as you can see, it's not that big. It wouldn't create a lot of overhead on the network or anything like that to send it a lot, so send it often. The LBM then will decide what to do about the current state of the network and which nodes to shut down or which nodes to turn on. This, the exact algorithm this is done by is obviously very implementation specific and what you actually want to achieve. This is more about showing that this core principle works. So the fine-grained load balancing isn't that relevant here. But importantly, it has to guarantee at all times that at least one node is able to handle traffic. Obviously, other than the case where all nodes are at capacity, then the LBM can't do anything either. But in every other case, the LBM has to guarantee that connection for the client is possible. So there will never be a client that can't establish a connection, because even for a short period of time, all the nodes are rejecting all the traffic. So some of the advantages is that, as I said before, there's no implementation required on the client side. We just use the existing code that is present everywhere now, which makes implementation and especially deployment quite easy. There's very low overhead, especially on the nodes, on the servers, as they just have to send the small status reports once in a while. The load balance manager might have a bit more overhead, but it's not that important. And as I said at the beginning, it's especially useful for Anycast because you can get a more fine-grained load balancing control than the usual catchment-based ones, where you basically have to rely on BGP choosing the node which the traffic goes to. And also you get the power of choices between both servers and protocols. So if you want to say for some reason you don't want to get any IPv6 traffic at the moment, you can just do that, because you can just turn off your IPv6 interface and happy eyeballs will then just use IPv4, the other way around as well. Okay, so some of the drawbacks, obviously there's more drawbacks, and this is one of the reasons why I'm presenting this today, to get feedback for that this is out of my master thesis from a bigger audience. Happy eyeballs has to be present on all the clients, which is, as I said in the beginning, is not that far off from reality, but obviously there's always going to be some cases where there's no happy eyeballs, so you would have to think about a fallback mechanism for those clients, and it can increase the latency slightly for the clients, as we saw with the London and Los Angeles nodes. Some of the clients that are now going to Los Angeles have a bigger RTT than they necessarily would have to have, but that's probably not going to be too noticeable for them. So we also implemented all of this. We implemented in Rust. It's research code. It's not optimized or bug-free or anything like that. There were quite a few abstractions made for simulating the load and stuff like that. But it works. We proved it works. We deployed it on AWS, on 6 AWS nodes around the world, 6 different locations, and then we just associated the 12 total IP addresses with a host name in DNS. And when you went to that website, you would get from different places on the world, you would go to different servers. Also want to deploy it on Anycast to actually prove that it works with catchments as well. So real life Anycast infrastructure, but it's not that easy to get a prefix or any infrastructure like that. So if you have any ideas about where we could deploy it, I would be thankful if you can give me a shout. And here's one of the results. As I said, we did a bunch of times. For this one, we just set the threshold to 60%. So once a node reaches 60%, the LBM will instruct that node to no longer accept traffic. On the left, we see the load in percent for the different nodes, and at the bottom, the time in seconds. And as you can see, in this case, we just tested it from a single. So we only had one client, a single vantage point, and that was me located in Berlin. As you can see, we first get traffic to the Frankfurt node and then to the London node and so on. And as soon as they reach 60%, they're instructed to shut off, and then we will see the shift in load. As you can see, 2 of the nodes aren't getting any traffic at all because the RTTs to them are too long, and there's never enough traffic generated for them to even become necessary. All right, that's it. Thanks for your attention. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to ask.
So thank you very much for the report. I see at least one person in the queue. I'm going to enable Redek.
Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for the presentation. I would like to just comment on the assumption that happy eyeballs is everywhere. It is not true. It is not true for all browsers even. So I would suggest not to go this path if possible, because it assumes that happy eyeballs will just take over and process the rejects, as you did mention. So please be very careful about this idea. Research the audience you target. If it's not just web browsers, if it's, for example, any client with wget, there is no API eyeballs. If there is any API client, there is no API eyeballs usually on API, like in programming languages. Please be very careful about that. That's like a comment. And then a suggestion. API eyeballs was created as part of the as the market was kind of afraid that IPv6 is not reliable enough. That's why API eyeballs was invented 10 years ago, 10 plus years ago. And eventually, as API eyeballs is effectively hiding problems with IPv6 and even IPv4 networks. I think that we as the community should be more targeting the API eyeballs removal eventually, rather than keeping it alive and using it for client-side decision making. So that's from me. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And there is another question, now the text one. It comes from Peter van Duk, hope it was correct, from Power DNS. You mentioned that many clients are happy with these browsers, iOS, macOS, and others. Have you also found clients that are not happy? How about curl or wget?
I guess that goes back to the previous comment as well. So before I did this, I did a big background study basically on the current state of happy eyeballs implementation. And actually, surprisingly, there's still a lot of happy eyeballs implementations getting added. For example, to like Cora libraries from okay, but to the point, wget has it, and a lot of programming languages in their standard libraries are still adding it. And you can see obviously the quality of the implementation differs. For example, the Apple ecosystem has the most closest to the spec, to the RFC implementation of the happy eyeballs. Once where, for example, the one in Chrome is somewhat bare bones, but it still works even with the more bare bones fallback mechanisms from IPv6 to IPv4, even if they aren't exactly implemented as the spec wants them to be. So I didn't find, we tried it with a bunch of different browsers. We tried it with Chrome, Safari, Firefox, all the big ones, and it worked for all of them, on mobile and on desktop operating systems. So if there's any browser, of course, there's probably some, as I said, corner cases and stuff like that where it's not supported. But from what I can tell, it works pretty well with all the browsers.
Okay, and I don't see any more questions in the line, in the queue, and no people in the line. So I'd like to thank you very much for the report, and feel free to contact people that are maybe discussing it in the channel. Thank you for your report. And now we are moving to the last lightning talk for today. So it's good that we are living in a world where RPKI is getting momentum. But as the router region validation adoption level grows, we are finding new operational issues that were not noticed previously. Please welcome Randy Bush from IIJ Research and ARCOS with his findings. Randy?
He's not offering me the slide deck that I need.
You can't see the slides.
I am getting the wrong set. I'm getting Clemens RFD slides, any eyeballs, and RIPE. Got it.
Okay, great.
Okie doke. And it's a cast of 1,000. And also I should credit Saku for evidently discovering this. Hate to tell you, but if you're running BGP validation and dropping invalids, your neighbors are going to see this presentation and find out they really don't like you. This is an oversimplified BGP to explain this. We have, by the way, the peers on the left and the right are the same peers, of course. The peers send you BGP information. You ideally keep it in an adjacency rib in, and then you process policy. You decide what to send out to which neighbors, and of course you push the best paths down to the forwarding plane. This is resource intensive, to say the least. So in the late 80s, RAM and CPU, of course, were horribly constrained. Cisco's employee number 4, Kurt Lochi, developed data structures and algorithms to get rid of adrib-in, which was a big hunk of data, and a complex tree traversal problem. So what he did was he merged adrib-in and kept the interesting part of the data as part of the mechanism of the BGP algorithms themselves. The rib out, the best path policy are all pretty much the same, but you'll notice the blank space over on the left of the screen here, he saved space. So this was pretty radical, has been copied by many vendors, and has interesting consequences. We're going to concentrate on one, which is how it affects route origin validation. So if I have not kept the adrib in and policy changes, I need to reevaluate all the paths, but all the paths aren't in the adrib-in because we got rid of it. So ENCA came up with route refresh. It's negotiated at the beginning of a BGP session in open, and it means that, oops, policy has changed. I send a route refresh message to my peers, and they all send all the paths to me again, and I can run full policy. Because policy changes so rarely, right? An operator reconfigures policy on the router. This kind of is okay, doesn't scale too unreasonably. But RPKI data are new and different policy. Okay, this is You now have a second data source, not just BGP, but ROAs and possibly ASPA and BGPsec or whatever, but RPKI-based policy. The RPKI data change very frequently, order of an hour or minutes. RPKI operator policy and RPKI policy are done before best path is calculated, right? So that what happens is that they come in and they hit the BGP mechanism that doesn't have the adrib in. And guess what? Route refresh has to be issued. So if there were invalids, in other words, if I previously had state where paths were dropped because ROAs made them invalid, they're not in the adrib in to compete in the next round if the RPKI data changes. So the router issues a route refresh to all its peers. And this is not infrequent, to be polite about it. Okay. The refresh is horrible. Okay. If you'd had adrib in, a new ROA would only affect a subtree, a very scaled operation. Route refresh gets you a full table. And I don't know which peers I need it from, so guess what? I get the whole tree. And while I'm processing that, head of line blocking stops taking incremental updates. So if you have a slow convergence router, and let's remember that I probably chose to eliminate the adrib in because I have small resources, and that's going to be a small, weak router, then you've really killed convergence. Okay. And as John says, a change in import policy, an operator changes an import policy, it only usually affects a single peer, and therefore would only require a route refresh towards that one peer. A ROA change, I don't know who it affects if I don't have adrib in. So I'm going to run it against all my peers. Great, I have just successfully DDoSed myself. Okay, the result is not theory. CCOM, Mark Tinka's company, runs the cable all the way up the right side of Africa, up into Europe and AM6 and so on and so forth. Here is a de-peering notice from AT&T. Okay, this is a real whack. Think about an IXP with hundreds of members doing route origin validation and issuing route refresh to the route servers every few minutes. Talk about DDoS. But what's more fun is reverse it and think about the route servers sending route refresh to hundreds of peers every time they get new RPKI data. Now, it turns out you probably don't have to worry about this because the route servers turn out not to really implement ROV. But that's a side subject. We're finding out what people's implementations are, and they're horrifying. So what's the solution? The first is keep a full adrib in. Okay, Juniper does this by default. Cisco, you have to turn it on, inbound soft. Okay, but that can be resource intensive on old hardware, and you do have to amortize this stuff. But on anything that has real RAM and real processors, there's no excuse not to keep the full ADRIB in. So if you have something that has the resources, if it's not on by default, then turn it on. This is the real solution. What the internet draft I'm describing is a hack. If you did not keep the ADRIB in, if a path was marked invalid by route origin validation, don't throw it away. Keep it in your back pocket and mark it as dead, and by dead I mean do not let it compete for best path. Okay, but keep it in your back pocket because then you can revive it if it needs to compete. You don't have to send the route refresh. This is a lot smaller set than the full ADRIB in. Unless one of your neighbors does a 7007 or dumps a full table on you in some way, and then route origin validation is going to say, oh, those are invalid, and all of a sudden your back pocket has real problem holding it. So probably you want to do a pre-policy max prefix for sure, so that they can't dump the full routing table on you redigested and false. Okay. The third solution is don't run RPKI policy if you can't do one of the first solutions. Yep. Please turn off dropping invalids. No, this is makes us sad. Okay. How do you test? Well, the different vendors have different ways to count how often you've frequently and what the counters are for route refresh. There is no MIB, boo hiss. There are CLI and Yang queries on most devices. We didn't know this was happening for years. That's because we don't measure our networks very well. Shame on us. And that's it. Question?
Thank you, Randy. There was one question from the chat from Job Snyders from Fastly. Do you know off the top of your head which OSS CO2S BGP implementations do not have an AGI RIPE in enabled by default?
Two things. One is, since I do not know all implementations, I cannot correctly answer the question. The second thing is, one of the occasionally popular vendors, I think they're in California, they begin with a C, has ADRIB in off by default.
Okay.
But if you want to see something, really novel, take a look at Bird.
Okay. Any more questions? If not, there's a question from me. Well, I do BGP a bit, and the question is, why do you think, well, memory has become so cheap, and why do you think router vendors simply do not use a kind of SSD just to cache that information and use that instead of requesting the neighbor to resend everything?
Well, let me pretend I work on Tasman Drive, and I've been shipping these images, this version of software, but let's be specific, let's not be silly, but iOS XR for a decade or more. I can't all of a sudden change the default because customers, millions of customers who do not have it hard configured in their configuration will upgrade their router software and blam, everything changes. So I can't ship the fix to turn on AdRib in.
Okay, are there any more questions? Okay, looks like not. Thank you, Ren. Oh, there's one more question from Carlos Martinez, private. Does presence absence of the adjacency RIP in have anything to do what the vendors call soft reconfiguration?
Yes, that's what Cisco by default ships no AdRib in. Okay, so if you want to turn it on, it's called soft input on the input. It's not, watch out, there's soft configuration output also. That's different.
Okay.
But yes, Carlos, indeed, you're correct.
All right. So I see no more questions. Thank you, Randy, for this presentation. And also thanks to all presenters of this session. And with that, I think the plenary sessions today are over. I would like to thank all presenters. I would like to thank the stenographers. Please rate the talks. It helps us in the program committee to make our decisions for the next RIPE meeting. And also, if you're interested in working in the program committee, please contact us. There is a PC election going on. Just put your name into the hat. And with that, I say goodbye, and we see each other, I guess, in the social in half an hour. And thank you, and see you tomorrow for address policy, which starts at 10:30, and the next plenary will be on Friday.